And it's just like how they say, man. There's a plenty of them out here, and you might run into a Toya or somebody who's gonna actually work with you. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
If you run into a toy, you grab her and you keep her. Okay.
Yeah.
See what is available to me and what's not. Let me see what I want to continue, what I want to take with me on my journey, and what I don't. Are y'all really like sciencing it out? 20 Toya 4. I like that, Toya. Oh, you put your name in it. Manifest your own reality by infusing your own name. Let me see what is available to me and what's not. Let me see what I want to continue, what I want to take with me on my journey, and what I don't. Are y'all really like sciencing it out? 20 Toya 4. I like that, Toya. Oh, you put your name in it. Manifest your own reality by infusing your own name.
That's right. Manifesting my own reality by infusing my own name. Good morning, wherever you are. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. All that good stuff. Happy Saturday. So glad to be here on a Saturday. So glad to have support. I felt like talking a little bit about the DMX song, How's It Going Down, right? So let me pull up those lyrics. We're probably gonna jump around a little bit, to be honest with you, because I don't want to play the video, but I do want to pull up an image of it or multiple images of it without because I don't want to get a copyright strike, for example. Um, so I'm going to let the video play on mute and I will periodically switch to that screen as we're discussing this. And let's see, let me put it on theater mode just so we don't see any of the ads and stuff, or not many of them, I should say, because who wants to see that? I'm coming to you guys because I'm attempting to be more consistent, and I realize that in order for me to get the most out of my live streaming experience and to grow as a content creator, I must be consistent. So I want to say shout out to the first few people in the building. Shout out to D Scott. He said, "Is you is or is you ain't my baby." Shout out to D Scott. Shout out to D Scott for real. And good morning, better you. Shout out to you, better you, and littler, better you. And shout out to AB Media 83. I can always count on AB Media. I really can. And I hope you're having a good morning. I hope you're feeling great. Good to see you. I will be sharing some. Thank you, Passport OG. Same to you. Always good to have a fellow Leo in the building. I'll do a little bit of just discussion about Leo season as well, because I plan to play you guys a video from 2 years ago that I had posted on my Instagram. And it was kind of around the beginning of when I started saying peace, ease, and whatever you please. So you'll see that, you'll hear that a little bit later. I'll get to that. But yeah, I do want to do a little discussion about Leo season as well while we're still in the midst of it and before we get to some exciting transits that are coming up in August. A lot of people forget that there are July Leos too, and I'm one of them. You don't know how many phone calls I got on August 1st saying, "Oh man, I didn't know your birthday was in July." And I'm like, "Yeah, the last day of July." Literally the last 2 weeks of July begin Leo season. Or actually the last week, I should say. It's a little over a week because it starts on this 22nd. Um, but anyway, we are in full swing of Leo season, and so yeah, happy Leo season, everybody. I am not cammed up because I am not camera ready. Just put it to you like that. And so don't expect to see me on camera today. Not currently, anyway. I will show you some footage of me from before, so you'll see that. But, not much has changed. All right, so here are the lyrics to the song. Uh, Actually, let me go to the video first, really quickly, just 'cause, right? Just 'cause. I'm gonna play like a little tiny bit of it and then I'm gonna mute it. Uh, uh. All right. So he starts the video, as you can see, with a young lady who's walking with her friend. And it's so iconic, that shot, for a number of reasons. Firstly, obviously, you're looking at a woman's butt, and she has a nice butt. Um, but I think because of where I'm from, it's more iconic because of the jeans she's wearing as well. And if you're from the East Coast, New York tri-state area, then you're pretty familiar with them, I think. Um, I mean, I I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I think it was definitely before my time. How about that? I will say that these jeans are jeans that were popular at a certain time, and I wasn't an adult at the time, so obviously there wouldn't have been anything that I was necessarily wearing. But like, the Guess jeans, the Sergio Tachinis, the um, Iceberg, so on and so forth. There was just so much that was resonant in terms of making you look good and that everybody kind of had access to. And if you didn't, you were kind of corny or whatever. So yeah, I thought that was iconic. Um, Sergio Valente was the name of those jeans, in case anybody was wondering. I don't think they make jeans anymore, but at the time that was a thing. So shout out to learning how to be a coder. Oh, Passport, I also sent you an email the other day because I was watching a video and it reminded me of you, just in terms of like a lot of the topics that you discuss and cover with reference to love and how we court one another. But it was really cute and it made me think of you. But I hope you're well. Passport OG, if you don't follow Passport OG, stop what you're doing right now and follow Passport OG. Uh, I'm going to put your link in the description as well, just to lobby some support your way if anybody does follow me that doesn't follow you. I'm sure that's not the case. Sorry, an ad came up. But just in case there's anybody that isn't following you, this is my vote for following Passport OG. Please do that. And in case you're interested in hitting the Cash App, you can do so because it's linked in the description as well. I'm still celebrating my birthday. So, yeah, all good. Again, thank you for being here. And so, yeah, the lyrics start off, what type of games is being played? How's it going down? It's on till it's gone, then I gots to know now. Is you with me or what? Think I'm trying to get me a nut just 'cause honeys want to give me the butt. What? So he says that a few times in the song, but that's how he starts the song. And I was watching this video recently and thought about the fact that I feel like there's a lesson in this that we weren't picking up on at the time of its popularity. I think we were very much uh, more concerned with what things looked like versus what was actually being said necessarily. Like, don't get me wrong, obviously lyrics were a big thing at the same time, which is why I think DMX was so popular because his lyrics were hard hitting and relatable and resonant. And being from New York is also like you're not getting by with whack lyrics. I mean, today it's different, but at this time it was very much about what are you saying and is what you're saying worth listening to. So anyway, I was watching the video recently and I thought, I even said this on Mr. Z's stream the other day that I was thinking about doing a deep dive of these lyrics because I, it hit me in a different way. You know how when you watch something or you read something that you've already read or watched and it has a different effect on you from the first time you took it in, consuming it through different eyes and with a different heart often changes the experience of the very same medium. And I love that about life. I love being exposed to something new for the very first time and then returning to it and having an entirely different experience with it. I love that life affords us that ability. I think it's one of the coolest aspects of living life. Um, Hindsight being 2020 and all. And so those first lyrics of the song, what type of games is being played? How's it going down? He's letting you know off the rip, like obviously there's games being played, but what are they? Like what are the rules? What are the parameters surrounding these games that are being played? And how fleeting is it? Right? He says it's on till it's gone. Then I got to know now. Is you with me or what? Think I'm trying to get me a nut. Like he's like, yo, you think this is all about sex just because other girls want to give that to me. But he's very emphatically expressing his interest despite knowing that she's playing a game. And if that's the playing field way back then in the late 90s, early 2000s, then 25 some odd years later, what landscape does that leave? If we weren't paying attention to these messages back then and decoding what was really being said, how far have we come? That's the question I'm posing. This was released in 1998. So, yeah, we are almost over 25 years since this came out. And at that time, songs were popular for much longer than a moment. So you could see how this song carried over through the year 2000 and even beyond. I mean, you throw this on today and people are not going to turn it off. Um, so in the first verse, he starts it off, I'm politicking with this chicken, wondering if I'm a creep her. Little hood rat from 25th named Tanika. So maybe not the most positive way of referring to a woman that you're interested in, but still very much expressing interest, right? Still very much talking about how where she's from and what type of woman she is. And he's like, I'm coming through like I do, getting my bark on. He said, knew she was a thug because when I met her, she had a scarf on. Also very telling, right? Having a scarf on in 1998 wasn't much of a deterrent or detractor, but having it on in 2024, deal breaker, right? No bonnets, no scarves. 5411, which is the sneakers she had on, those are the classic Reeboks. If you don't know, now you know. The high top Reeboks that had the Velcro on the side, those are 5411s. Maybe you don't call them that where you're from, but where I'm from, that's what we call them. And so he's describing what she has on. He's describing her size. And yeah, he goes on to say Babyface would look like she was 11 with curls. Girlfriend, remember me from way back. I'm the same cat with the wave cap. So I guess they had known each other before this day, and I guess he has maybe been pining for her ever since. That's a possibility, right? Passport OG says men's romantic notions greases the skids of relationships. When that dries up, it gets really nihilistic. Well, my argument is that it hadn't dried up in 1998, hence the making of this song. But if we were listening more intently in 1998, maybe it wouldn't have gotten nihilistic. Perhaps. This is just a question that I'm posing if we had seized the opportunity to maybe change the narrative back then. That could have been actual black girl magic, but I digress. What's up, Auntie? Home of the official YouTube purge. He says, what up, Toya? Y'all gonna put some respect on my H. It's Toya with an H. My mother named me with an H. Hi, the Haitian. Sac passe. Como t'appelles-tu? Is that? I don't think that's what your mother named you. But anyway, back to the video. So yeah, he's like coming through like I do, getting my bark on. Anyway, he even says he's the same cat with the wave cap. I don't understand what this line means. The MRFer that TNT used to blaze at. I'm guessing someone used to shoot at him, and I guess that's what he's saying. Uh, Still here, so it's all good, meaning they weren't successful, or it could mean that he's still interested because, like he said, remember me from way back. I'm the same cat with the wave cap. And then she lets him know that she knows Rich and them doing their thing on 35th. He says, small hood, and immediately launches into, it's all wood, so let me get that number. Like he's not wasting any time. He sees her walking down the street. She's looking good. He hops out the car. He's looking good too. He's got that cut confidence. We'll talk about that later. And so yeah, he's like, let me get that number, and he'll get up. All right. Because yeah, he wants to talk to her past this moment. Hey, Mace. Macy Poo, love you too. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Cynical Optimist, peace to you too. Prince Mugo, that's right. I'm a lioness and you will never forget it because I won't let you all. So yeah, he says he's gonna hit you on the jack later on, see what's up. And he makes good on that because the very next line he says, talking to Shorty made me want to do something nice. Again, maybe he's not saying in the most romantic of ways, but the sentiment is still there. Talking to Shorty made me want to do something nice. Looking at that ass made me want to do something tonight. And I know right when I see right. Shorty looking like she tight, she bite. Let her give a nigga the green light. We might. I mean, this is all anticipation speak, right? This is all understanding that things can't happen right now in this moment, but looking forward to them. I mean, even in the video, how they're affecting the lyrics, how he's looking at her, how she's smiling. This seems like a really cool interaction, right? But it gets deeper. Yes, Big Cap. These are the type of games we're playing. I want to build the conversation out. We're just starting here, but I want to build the conversation out into how we practice love as women to black men. But I'm starting here because I think this is a pertinent place to start from. Yes, he is totally rubbing hands like Birdman, right? And she's eating it up. Cue to or cut to the kids riding down the street in their bikes. Typical scene. You see the NYPD car off to the left because that's also a typical scene. Um, but you don't see this anymore. So there's a lot of things that you'll see in this video that you don't currently see anymore because that is just so far how we've come so far from where things used to be. And I just really think it's important to look back at stuff like this and see what you can gain from it now versus when you weren't listening for certain things back then. Because I'll be honest, I was still very much in high school at this time, um, and very much not involved with sex at all, like not looking forward to that. I was still playing with my Barbie dolls at this time. You know, I played with my Barbie dolls until I was like 15. I didn't put those away until like maybe even 16 to be honest with you. But I know I came into high school still playing with them, still very much into my books and learning, but I was definitely into DMX and all these influences that had started to hit me, you know, going through puberty, understanding that my peers were becoming sexually active. But to me, the song was just a song. It wasn't something that I was internalizing or that was resonating with how I would interact with boys at the time. But obviously now it has a different resonance. I can appreciate their playfulness and the way that they looking at one another. But I also liked seeing these kids riding their bikes too, because that was something I was doing. So then he goes back into the chorus, which is what I already read, so I'm not going to read it again. Um, and he goes into the second verse asking, I'm getting at shorty, like what you need, what you want. Clear indication of his intentions, right? What do you need? What do you want? Because I clearly want you, and I know that I can't just have you without giving you something that you need or you want. And my biological imperative as a man is to provide those things for you, with the understanding that I'm going to get what I want and need from you too. That's unspoken here. But he is stating very clearly, I'm getting at shorty, like what you need, what you want. Want for nothing because I got you, but you front. Here's where it starts to get a little dicey. Gets a little dicey here because then he starts to talk about how she has a baby father. And in the video, we see them getting intimate. So this is, this hasn't stopped him from wanting to do and be all of those things. They're laying in the bed while he's telling her, I want for nothing because I got you, but you front. I see you with your baby father, but it don't matter since you gave me the beep. That beep is getting fatter. I'm centering myself. Let that beep play daddy. Make moves with me. So he's like, listen, he's the father of your kids. Let him continue to be that. But you should be over here with me. I'd have kept it more than real, boo. Can't lose with me, right? Like, if you get with me, not only am I going to get you what you need and what you want, not only am I going to make your posterior grow, because don't we all want a bigger posterior? I'll speak for myself and say that I do. Most women that don't do. So these are all great selling points as far as I'm concerned. He said, you can't lose with me. Then he starts dirty macking a little bit, right? He starts dirty macking by saying, heard he smacked you because you said my name while y'all was sexing. So not only is, and there goes the Sergio Valentes again, but not only is he admitting that he knows that she's with this other guy and that that's the father of her kids, but now he's inserting himself into their intimacy and saying, "Oh, I heard you said my name while y'all were together." And he, the baby's father was so upset that he ran up on somebody else that he thought was DMX and tried to flex. And since DMX heard of this, he's like, "Oh, I got to do something about it." Sees her out, they meet eyes, but they can't do anything about it. Here they are in the project hallway, into a scuffle, kerfuffle, because DMX says, I ain't even with that. So he gonna get that just on GP, which is general purpose, something that we used to say. I don't think people say it anymore, but to mean like, hey, if you're gonna come at me, then I'm going to respond and it's not going to be in kind. He says, try to creep me, what? Leave that beep sleepy. On the strength of you, that's your kid's daddy. I ain't going to send him on his way, put him up in that big caddy. Meaning, I'm not going to kill him, but I am going to rough him up. You know? He's mad. He's telling her. In the video, he's expressing his displeasure with these things that are happening. But then he goes right into uh let him know, never mind. I need you to go take this snow up to 150. See Joe. Get that, come back with that. We can split that. Sit back, bump uglies, puff a L, forget that. You with that? Because he's like, man, I just want to be with you. Regardless of all this other crap that's going on, here's my plea that I just want to be with you and you are important to me, regardless of what your baby daddy is doing and talking about, what y'all got going on over there. Can't you see I'm the winning team? Don't you want to get on the winning team? Better You says, God damn, not the name while stroking. LOL. Yeah, yeah. But see, this is also an indicator to me that it's been a long time that women have been displaying or exhibiting this behavior and still thinking that we will have the value added experience of a high value man wanting to come in and quote unquote save us. And I don't know that that was a smart move back in 1998 to highlight that and not see it for what it was, right? So he goes back into the chorus after that. I'm just going to speed this up a bit. He says the chorus twice, obviously. We see him in another scene laying down with his dog. She comes and lays down with him because clearly she's getting something out of that exchange. And so the next verse he goes, Ayo, this chicken got me digging her moves 'cause she's smooth. Win or lose, whoever she choose, it's the dues. So he understands, listen, I'm putting my bid in here. I'm really liking her. She's put the moves on me. I'm falling for it. If I win or lose, whoever she chooses, I done paid my dues. It's part of the game, right? He's admitting that he understands like it can't necessarily be what I may want it to be, but I'm still trying here. I'm showing her that I'm part of winning team and whatever comes with that. He says, respect is not expected, but it's given because it's real. Being neglected is the norm, expected, the deal. And that's where I want to stop. That's where I'm going to stop the video because respect is not expected, but it's given because it's real. When did we get to that impetus of respect not being expected? Because the respect should have already been expected at the time that he expressed his interest in her. And then being neglected's the norm? I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel some type of way about that. Being neglected is the norm, expected, the deal. That broke my heart when I listened to it recently because I'm like, dang, we were saying these words and jamming along to the song, but really not thinking about how, yo, nobody likes to be neglected, but that is really the norm for Black men, unfortunately, being neglected. So I want to stop for a second, and even though I have you looking at the lyrics right there, I'm going to stop that and go to a video that speaks a little bit towards that. Hang on a second. I have it pulled up in this tab. I just want to make sure I have the right one because they're all named similarly. So here we go.
I have a special passion for the development of Black men. And I'm allowed to do that, right? We can all belong as animals in the jungle, but if I'm a lion, it's okay if I look out for my lions, right? I have a special care for young Black men because you don't get the focus and attention that you deserve. And oftentimes when you do get this focus and attention, right? What do? We usually shrink and we shy away. What happened the first time I talked to you and I said, oh, you fine? You need any help? What did you say to me? No. Why? Yeah. It's been a minute. Right? Yeah. But that's the point. A lot of the time, young Black men don't get the time and attention and focus they need for their human growth and development. And when they do get it, they don't know what to do with it. That's why I don't have a problem right now in front of all of your peers of showing you how sacred and valuable your heart is, your mind is, and your development is. I don't care if they giggle. I don't care if they laugh. You deserve this. And in our population, we don't get it enough. So what I'm going to tell you to do is the next time an adult or a person comes and offers you love and care, receive it. Because there's going to be times in your life where if you get used to that over and over again of saying, no, I'm good, I'm fine, I'm straight, that's going to start to morph into other stuff. Know what it's like to receive love from people that don't want to hurt you or take anything from you. Remember what this feels like on an energetic level.
Okay. Absolutely loved that. I absolutely loved when she said that because it speaks towards exactly what these lyrics are saying. Being neglected is the norm, expected. And if he's saying that on a rap song in 1998 and she's still speaking towards that sentiment in 2024, then we have so much work to do still. And I fear that we could have started a long time ago and we lost really good ground. So when DMX was talking about how's it going down, he was very much clear about what the expectations are versus what they are not. You know, he's telling her from the door it ain't all about a nut. Hit me with the question, that answer going to be yeah. You belong to cuz, couldn't belong to me. You had 2 kids for him. And he says, you know, but we gonna always be the best of friends. Mad love to the end. That's how he ends the song, which is fine. But again, it's one of those things that makes you sad when you really break it down. Next time you listen to that song, really listen to the lyrics. Really listen to how you took it in, or take a moment to think about how you took it in when it came out versus how those lyrics hit today and what impact that may have had on how you show love to black men in your life. Hey Aria, she said they're gonna make me lose my mind up in here. He did. He had respect for baby mamas. He did, Big Cap. He always asked. He look for all the kids that DMX had. We know he was a ladies' man. That is a fact. We know the man has been a ladies' man for as long as we've known him. I am sad that he is no longer with us. Not because I wanted DMX that way at all, but I just loved his energy. I loved when he came up on the scene. It was always from a place of love. He was very much giving the energy that we're going to see in this next clip that I'm going to share. Um, I don't know about y'all, but I grew up on watching A Different World, and the relationship between Dwayne Wayne and Whitley was something that shaped my experience with how to love a black man and what that looked like. A Different World shaped a lot of my adolescence because I was looking at people who were older than me, but that I was aspiring to live like at some point, whether it be seeing them at Hillman and wanting to go to college, or the relationships that they were having with one another as friends versus even the professors that they looked up to. Like all of that stuff was aspirational to me. And so maybe at the time when I was watching Whitley and Dwayne's relationship, I didn't actually have an appreciation for what that really meant because I was too young. But again, looking back on it, the hindsight hits. So I'd like to share that with you as well because it was also very resonant.
My woman, and I love you. But if you ever tell me that you are not speaking to me for a week again, I will drop you like a bad habit. Oh, and you know something? I'm not through. I was a serious sports fan before I met you. You knew that then, and you know it now. So please spare me those little 10-minute dramas you perform every time I want to go to a game. Okay? I love it when you take charge, Daddy. You are.
So I think by now most of us have seen that clip. If we didn't see it when it originally came out, you've seen it because it's gone viral so many times. And I think that's a really great indication or indicator of DMX's energy, even though this was way before DMX came out. Uh, Dwayne was exhibiting dominance there. He was setting boundaries. He was reiterating um, his standards, which I totally appreciate. But also, you saw Whitley capitulate, right? We know her for being a brat. Even the caption says, when you a brat and meet someone that knows how to handle you respectfully. And this whole handle you thing is, I mean, I don't like to use that word because I don't think that I am an object to be handled. But it's telling with reference to how women refer to themselves nowadays, because you'll hear a lot of black women in particular say, "Oh, I need you to be able to handle me at my worst if you deserve to have me at my best," or something along those lines. Ad lib it, switch it, flip it, reverse it. You've heard some iteration of it. Passport OG says, Different World was critical. Dwayne Wayne shaped a generation of black men. Right. And no doubt probably shaped DMX, to be honest. This is the connection I'm drawing here. The same energy that we see Dwayne in this clip have is very similar to the energy that DMX had in the How's It Going Down video. Is you with me or what? That's why I named this this live stream, Is You With Me or What? Because that's a question. That's a pertinent question. Hey, Mr. Donnie Mac. So, Sun is Hot Ra. Shout out to you. I'm going to stop sharing that one. She's like, I love it when you take charge, Daddy. Because we do love that. But we've got to give you the floor to be able to do that. And if we, like in the lady in the DMX video, if we've already got a baby's father and 2 children by him, how are we setting the stage for you to come and take charge? We're not. If we refer to ourselves as objects and we desire to be handled, how are we setting the stage for you to come and do that? And so the issue with me or what is very much a question I'm posing to women to ask if we are doing the best that we can to show love to Black men. So the next clip I'm going to show you, Sac Passe. Sac Passe. Comment ça va?
The thing that comes to mind when I hear Black love is this very unique, culturally specific form of love.
How we come together as a community, how we come together as a family, and how we come together as friends.
When I think of Black love, I think of a cultural experience. I think of food, I think of laughter, and I think of shared experiences inside of the concept of love.
It reminds me of unity. So when I think of Black love, I think of basically a strong Black unit. And that's a Black unit speaking about African Americans, or a strong Black unit speaking on the diaspora as a whole.
The love between fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, grandparents and grandchildren, aunties and uncles. Literally care for each other. And it looks very different, very unique in that there are things that are culturally specific about the way we share love with each other. Sometimes it's through food, sometimes it's through the time we spend together, sometimes it is about the encouragement that we provide to one another, and the knowledge also that's passed on from one generation to the next. So those are the things that I think about.
So that comment he made it stood out to me because what I started thinking about was the very many nuances that exist in Black love and how we've had to piecemeal so many of our experiences in order to come up with something that looks like love. So that's why he said, it could be food. This is why you'll hear a lot of Black people say, you won't just break bread with anyone because you understand that there is a love exchange when you're making food for one another, as well as when you're sharing a meal together. That is a way that we have piecemealed our experience in order to come up with love, because the wholeness of love often wasn't able to be experienced by us for various reasons. So the uniqueness of what that looks like when we show it comes up in our interpretation of unity, our interpretation of community, whether you have had a few children out of wedlock and now are trying to make something out of that experience with one other person, how that person may or may not still see value in you based on those decisions, how where you come from, if you are from a broken family or a disjointed family, or one where your grandfather had you guys, but he also had the ones on the other side of town. So, yes, Black love carries many nuances. It looks very unique, and at oftentimes is rare because of all of these things that are in the mix. so to speak, that we have to use to create the whole picture of love. Sun is Hot Ra says, what they mean by accept me at my worst or you don't deserve me at my best is usually in reference to their physical appearance. Yeah, I can agree with that. But sometimes it's also in reference to what they don't bring readily to the table, right? Whether it's lack of emotional intelligence, lack of self-awareness, an inability to showcase vulnerability, and that's a big one for me, I'll be honest. Um, this entire time that I've been back in New Jersey has had me confront my vulnerability and my unwillingness in the past to showcase that. No matter how loving and affectionate I can be, there's a limitation towards that when I'm unwilling to showcase my vulnerability. And that's just an example I can give. There's so much more to what that accept me at my worst means, because at my worst, I'm not willing to give you access to that vulnerability. And I can admit that only because I'm highly self-aware. But now that I'm forced to confront that and understand that even my anger is a vulnerability, and that you, even if I care about you, you even have access to seeing me that way, because even though it is me at my worst, I can't shy away from that. This is the shadow work that Maggie talks about. Shout out to Maggie. Mr. Donnie Mac says black love is storage love. Mr. Z, welcome. He says, How's It Going Down is one of my favorite DMX songs. There's an edit where you can really hear Faith Evans clearly, and it's fire. Yeah, yeah, she did her thing on that song. He says, Great song choice, Toya. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate that vote of confidence. But yeah, if we're looking at that song and we're taking stock of even what this man has just said, it really indicates that that song might have been a warning shot even back in 1998 to, hey, there's still men who see value in us and still want to build something with us. I'm just going to play it one more time.
The thing that comes to mind when I hear Black love is this very unique, culturally specific form of love.
How we come together as a community, how we come together as a family, and how we come together as friends.
When I think of Black love, I think of a cultural experience. I think of food, I think of laughter, and I think of shared experiences inside of the concept of love.
It reminds me of unity. So when I think of black love, I think of basically a strong black unit. And that's a black unit speaking about African Americans, or a strong black unit speaking on the diaspora as a whole.
The love between fathers and sons, mothers and daughters, grandparents and grandchildren, aunties and uncles. Literally care for each other. And it looks very different, very unique in that there are things that are culturally specific about the way we share love with each other. Sometimes it's through food, sometimes it's through the time we spend together, sometimes it is about the encouragement that we provide.
And see, like he said, spending time with one another, the encouragement that we provide, those were things that we had to rely on back when there wasn't an opportunity to share food with one another. You know, it wasn't too long ago that we weren't even permitted to marry one another. It wasn't too long ago that even if we were permitted to marry one another, one of us had to stay at home and make the home, and the other one had to go out and get the resources to make that home. And so you didn't have very much overlap. Now we're at a time where everybody's got to go out and get the resources, and nobody's there to really make the home because we're out trying to get these resources. And so we've skipped out on a lot of that uniqueness and that rarity that he's talking about here.
to one another, and the knowledge also that's passed on from one generation to the next. So those are the things that I think about.
And what knowledge are we passing from one generation to the other? That's the question I have. Hey, KP from KC5, good to see you. Gregory Scotland says, Toya, I'm a baby boomer, and when I was younger, I noticed that I did not relate well to women that came from single mother-led homes because I found that had a strong father-led home. Yeah, I was talking about that recently to a good friend of mine, and he helped me to piece together the fact that because my father wasn't a um, major force in my life growing up, I leaned on other people's fathers and my experience with them to formulate what I thought a man should be and look like and feel like and sound like and treat me like. And luckily, those were some good guys, generally speaking, but it did not give me a complete full picture. And I still struggled with that for myself. And as an adult, I can say, while I do have a working relationship with my father now, there's a lot that I've had to kind of fill in the blanks for, if that makes sense. So in this next clip, we're going to hear from two young ladies talking about um, what they love seeing about Black men. And I think this is awesome because I could totally relate to everything that they were saying, but I think it's also something that men need to hear. Um, Thank you for telling me what this means, Mr. Donnie Mac. I love learning and I appreciate any opportunity someone takes the time to impart knowledge. He says storage is one of the, if I'm saying that incorrectly, please let me know. It's one of the Greek words used for love, specifically kinship and familial love. It's similar to patriotism and love for your school, alma mater. Okay. Shout out to Miss Lolita Gore. She says, come on, people, hit the like button. It's free. Exactly. It's the best way you can show your support is just by hitting the like button. Corey McPherson says, good morning, Toya. Good morning to you too. I appreciated the birthday love you gave me. I'm still celebrating all the way through to Tuesday. I do a full week celebration. So my birthday was on Wednesday. So I've got all the way up until Tuesday to celebrate. Indigo Flow in the building. Shout out to my boo, Indigo Flow. All right, let's get into this one.
I love Black men's playfulness. Oh, just seeing like Black men and just their happiness and their joy or whatever, that is just like that's infectious.
When I tell you the swag of a confident Black man can undo all draws.
At any generation.
Lord.
Yeah, I see why y'all be trying to harvest our stem cells. It's different.
Black men who love Black women.
And who are unapologetic about it.
Oh my God. Unapologetically.
Ooh. A Black man that communicates. A Black man with a haircut.
Now, I don't know if that makes me happy or anxious.
Or scared. Cut confidence.
Be looking good.
They be looking good. Or a Black man in a suit. Woo! A Black man in a suit with cut confidence.
Well,
smelling good. I love Black men's playfulness.
I love all that too, y'all. She was so right on with that. Shout out to Sunizat Ra. He says, but even the phrase Black love indicates the inability to find love outside the confines of the community. Well, that's one way of looking at it. I tend to just look at it as defining of a love that doesn't exist elsewhere or in other cultures. Because, like I was saying earlier, so much of our experience has had to be piecemeal to make something whole because we don't come as whole people or beings. we are not in and of ourselves whole when we come into things, but we have still tried to piece things together to make something of it. Whether you're talking about how we were given scraps to make food and we made a whole meal, or whether you're talking about taking love from a man who may have already had children with someone else and making the family whole by having even more of his children. Like I have a friend who met a man that was married at the time they started dating, but he was separated, ended up getting a divorce while they were dating, and now they are married with two children of their own. So they made another family unit whole by creating one with each other. So I think Black love indicates the ability to find love inside the confines of the community. Hey, Dead Set. He says greetings. Yeah, swag again, Gregory Scotland. Correct. Correct. Indigo Flow says, I'm pretty low key and inconspicuous, but I get a totally different reaction when I'm suited up. Oh, yeah. I could tell that you're pretty low key and inconspicuous. And, I tend to go for guys like that in general because I am a very outwardly expressive person. So I tend to like the guy who's not. Something about that balance works for me. So yeah, but I can understand you getting a different reaction when you're suited up because we do love that. We love seeing that. We love being able to regale you when you do step out in your best. And it's not always about the get, you know. If I see a Black man walking around looking good, I have no qualms with telling him that and keeping it moving. I'm not trying to get you to get my number. I'm not trying to see where this can go because you were on your way somewhere and so was I. But it takes me nothing. It costs me nothing to stop in the moment and acknowledge your beauty, acknowledge what I'm seeing you emit as an energy. And so anytime I get the opportunity to do that, I will. So that's why you're getting that totally different reaction. Yes, people, please hit the like button if you can. I really appreciate it. So I'm going to go ahead and give me 1 second. I don't know why this happens now. Every time I do a live stream, I'm getting this Chrome starts quitting on me. So give me a moment and I will be right back. I hope you were able to hit the like button while I had that brief intermission. So sorry about that. I don't know. I think I might need to update. I might need to update my Chrome because I'm not sure why that keeps happening. But yeah, even if I have StreamYard in a different window, it still happens because that's what I tried this time just to kind of mitigate that from happening. But it still happened anyway, you guys. I just have 3 more videos that I want to show you guys. I'm pulling those back up. And then if you would like to join me, I will post the link and then I will get out of your way so you can enjoy your Saturday. But I do thank you for being here. Totally appreciate you. All right. Nope, I didn't mean to hit settings. All right.
It feels really cringy to watch you pander to the feelings of Black men. You know, pretty much that's what they say, like not bar for bar, but that's what people express to me. And it does feel cringy. Like I'm not always 100% comfortable trying to be gentle with Black men, trying to soothe and be easeful for Black men. It sometimes does make me feel uncomfortable because it's something that I was never taught to really do. And it was something that I have had to teach myself to do. But Black men deserve a community of people that that are looking to create spaces for them to feel seen, to feel heard, and have the intention to heal. So Black man, to the one listening to this, to the one watching this, to the one following this, you know, my hope is that I can get better every single day at learning how to love you. If you like my content, you can support by subscribing. On the subscriber page, you can see like all my videos are starting to get better. All my videos are starting to become longer. I'm starting to post earlier. I'm starting to post more frequently. That's how you can help support me so that way I can do this longer. Okay, Black man, I love you. I hope you have a good day. Bye. It feels really cringy to watch.
It kind of upset me that you know, she's saying this, but as someone who emphatically loves Black men, I can totally attest to getting the feedback that it's cringy. You know, even here, I get a lot of people saying things like, uh, you know, why haven't you found a man yet? How come the Black manosphere hasn't given you your husband? And it's like, well, that's cringy because that's not why I'm here. Like, you know, obviously we all know I had dated someone from the space and that didn't work out, but that's not why I came here. That was something that naturally occurred, and I'm here for organic um, relationship building. The biggest gift that I've gotten from this space has been to learn about how to be better at loving y'all, though. And I think that's the heart of what she's trying to express here. She's looking forward to learning how to love, and no matter how cringy it may get or look or seem to other people, she's willing to do whatever that work entails. And this sister has a page full of affirmations for Black men. Um, and I salute that. I support that. That's why I wanted to share her input. Um, but you know what, Sun is hot, Ra? If you have to learn to love someone, then don't bother. I mean, I get where you're coming from with that. I receive that. I do. But I think so many of us are not set forth on the right path. She even talks about she was not raised to understand that. She did not see examples of that. And if you don't, then you really don't know. And you do have to learn. You may, like I said earlier, like I'm a very loving and affectionate person, but where I struggle with is vulnerability. And though I'm getting better at that, it's something that A, had to be brought to my attention, and B, I had to want to change, address and change. And this is what you're seeing now. The voice that you hear me speaking in today is because I took the time to learn things from listening to men in this space and understanding, okay, everything I know about how to love someone doesn't speak directly to what you guys are saying that you want and need. So I had to learn too. So this next video is another woman who is going to be discussing uh, how to love a Black man and just affirming that you guys are worth it.
Dear Black men, I just wanted to take a quick moment and say thank you. Thank you for the times you want to give up and that you don't. Thank you for the times that you're beat down by the world, you beat down at home sometimes, and you still show up for us. Thank you for the times you cover us. Thank you for being the man of God you're called to be. Dear Black man, thank you for getting up early in the morning to go work for us, even the days you don't feel like it. Thank you for being resilient. Thank you for enduring everything you have to endure every day and still showing up for us. I don't think that we give you guys enough credit, and I don't think we give you your honor and your flowers enough. So for those of you that don't feel seen, appreciated, or heard, this Black woman would like to take a moment and say thank you. Dear Black.
This Black woman would like to say that too. I love you. I appreciate you. I know that my existence in whatever independence I may think that I have is solely because of your efforts. I'm clear on that. Um, so here is the link to join me. I'm going to play one last video of myself just because um, it's from 2 years ago. I was still in Texas. And yeah, if you want to talk about how to love a Black man and the DMX video, please join me. In the meantime, here's this.
I just have a really quick message that I wanted to leave here. First, before we get to the message that I wanted to leave here, I wanted to give a shout out to myself for braiding my hair yesterday and also for, again, attempting to give myself baby hairs, which I am really not good at, as you guys can see. But I keep trying because it's something that I've always wanted to be able to do and never knew how. And my mom, I didn't grow up with a mom who ever gave me baby hairs or like brushed them down or anything like that. So at my big age, I'm giving it a try because I never really wore them before. Anyway, let's get to the reason why I'm here. So I wanted to give you all just an inspirational message to begin your week. I am coming off of last week being a little rough for me in a few different ways. And if I can rebound from it, I felt like it would be cool to implore you all to rebound from whatever it is that may have been plaguing you in the week before. Today is Monday. It's a brand new week. So there's no reason to go into this week with the same energy that you had last week. If this is resonating for you, then great. If not, maybe pass it along to someone else who you see is having a tough day or a rough beginning to their own week. Because I think that we underestimate the power of community and just expressing our feelings to each other and imparting our experiences so that we can have a shared experience. I really hope that everybody has a wonderful week. It's Leo season, so I'm extremely exuberant right now. It's not my birthday yet, but Sunday will be the glorious day for me. And I'm just looking forward to the rest of Leo season, to be honest with you. It's my favorite time of year. It's hot and the weather is great here in Texas. It's been in the low 100s for the past few weeks, and I'm just here to spread some smiles and some cheer, and hopefully turn your day around if it didn't start off on the foot that you wanted it to. So have a great Monday, and remember to just do whatever it takes to body life. Like drink water, moisturize, mind your own business when necessary, but also get up in other people's business when you might not think it's necessary, right? Because sometimes we need somebody to get in there when we're not doing what we need to do. So before I sign off, I just want to give everybody some love and peace, ease, and whatever you please.
All right. So you guys might remember that but maybe you don't. But that is again from 2 years ago, and it's probably around the time I started saying peace, ease, and whatever you please. So 2 years later, we're still rocking strong with that sentiment. I just wanted to share that with y'all because I do still feel that way, and I hope that you guys start off your new week with that energy. Thank you to Better You, AB Media, and Dead Set Anime for hitting the link. I welcome you to the panel and look forward to whatever you have to say. Who'd like to go first?
Well, I needed this because
Aw.
I'm dealing with a terrible water leak that happened with the rain last night.
Oh wow.
So it took out 3 of my bedrooms. So I think my brother said
Ooh.
that I needed tar around the parapet because something came loose over there. So I'm not a roofer, so I don't know how that stuff goes. But apparently, where the roof meets the brick outside, something happened. Something fell loose, but it was pretty bad. So
Wow.
Okay.
I may end up having to leave because I won't be able to get the cleanup done before mold and mildew sets in. So I'm facing a choice of whether I'm going to just sell it back to the bank or just
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to
Sorry
hear
to hear
that,
that,
but I'm
brother.
glad you're okay. That doesn't say much for your circumstances, but the fact that you are still in okay spirits and you're still here with us is a win. I hope that you find quick resolve for it and that it is easeful from here on out.
Yeah, another brick in the wall. I mean, what can you do but laugh about it sometimes? It's like, okay.
Yeah, sense of humor really serves you when life gives you other things. So good to see that you still have that. What's up, AB Media? How you doing today?
Doing fine. Great message for the morning. It's kind of refreshing, actually.
Cool. Then I did what I came to do. Hey, Better You, what's up?
Good morning. Good morning. Um, great stream and great breakdown of DMX's song.
Thank you.
I really love the way that he used it to weave the message and highlight your points. And I wanted to kind of speak on some of the things you were talking about in terms of women and men loving each other.
Okay.
I'll just simply say this. I feel that in regards to a lot of Black women like yourself or any woman in general that is really seeking that companionship from a man, two things. First and foremost, I think a lot of women have to realize that a lot of the social conception of what they've been taught about men is bullshit. And what I mean by that is, especially for like a lot of women who are in your circumstance who may not have a lot of male cousins or may not have brothers, or a lot of guys that really intimately know, and have seen the male experience with a great deal of proximity. A lot of women think it's really easy being a guy for some reason.
Yeah.
And they don't know the struggles and the things that guys deal with, and they don't even see like one of the clips you played, like Dude's point, where it was like, yo, there's a lot of times shit is just coming apart at the seams, but it's a guy who he's kind of like Spider-Man in number 3, where he's got like the webs and he's holding that train back, like just holding on by a fucking thread. And the second part of it is empathy, because I as a Black man, when I went through and became a life coach, one thing that I really noticed was like, damn, we do take a lot of shit. And Dr. T even says this, like, I found myself where a lot of time when somebody would ask me what I would need, I would always think about the people I'm connected to. And that's still a struggle for me today personally. And a lot of times we haven't really thought about ourselves in a lot of ways. And you have to have some empathy for that, in so much as it's not so much that it's purposefully trying to box somebody out or keep somebody away or at arm's length, so much as some people that haven't had that epiphany haven't even begun that thought process to truly think about themselves and what they need for themselves, and not what they need so they can support other people, not what they need so that they can make sure the kids are good, not what they need so they can make sure little cousins are good, not what they need so they can make sure their parents is good, but what they need so they can make sure they are good. And I'll land right there.
Yeah, I can concur with that, because one thing I like about what you did this morning is it's the same thing that happens in a lot of these circles. We spend so much time at each other's throats and talking about, and pointing out the things that are making us unhappy, that we tend to not focus on the things that were good about us. So for me personally, I sort of dug that, especially, with the type of night that I had. It's just like, okay, this is kind of cool. I can dig this, because I've had good relationships with Black women. I'm still an asshole about it though. But it's just like, dude, I've had great relationships, and even with my last wife, it was good for a while. So I'm not going to, throw that out. I know what can be. We just need to get to it. And also the reminder for me also, I mentioned this on Dr. T's Facebook page, is that sometimes we men can be so cynical that we talk ourselves out of something good.
Right.
So those reminders could help us not do that so much.
Right. Even as simply as the earlier clip that I showed with the educator talking to the young man, and she gave the example of when she asked him if he needed anything or if he was all right. And his instinctual answer was to say no before he had even considered what she was really asking, because to Better You's point, so many times, so often, more often than not, you all are concerned with connecting other people with what they need before you even think about your needs.
Yeah, very true.
Oh yeah, I'm all
So
about that now. It's just like,
yeah.
my life is fucked. So
So like Son is Hot Ross says, all that Black men ask for is to be treated humanely and with basic respect, not to be worshipped like deities. Well, in basicness, my stopping and saying, "Are you all right? Do you need anything?" Maybe I can't give you exactly what you need, but even in asking you that, you might feel seen and heard, and that could go a long way.
but worshiping would be nice.
Well, yeah, but definitely the sentiment of a lot of times, especially for family that are ungrateful as hell, we go above and beyond. We help family members out, and sometimes they turn around and talk to us like we ain't done shit for them, and that weighs on us. And in fact, as BGS says, you're an old nigga now, and I'm starting to feel it. I'm like, I can't do that anymore. If you're not gonna respect me, I'm not gonna be around.
Talk about it.
Do what I do. Pray to go deaf. I could don't take my sight, take my hearing, so I won't have to hear the BS.
Oh wow!
I'm at.
He's cutting through all the noise.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. It's just like, dog. I love music to death, but there are some days when I just don't want to hear it. And
You're like,
so,
I'll be all right with the memory. It's fine. I don't need the ears anymore.
Yeah. I'm to the degree I am to that point. Like, I don't need to talk to that person. I'm good. I don't need to be around.
I want a good hearing aid. That's what I want, so I can turn it off.
That's a thing. That's really real. And it's unfortunate that we are even having this conversation, and even though we're saying it with jest, there is a lot more seriousness to what you're indicating here, which is that after all of the dogpiling, after all of the shouldering, um, you don't have to do it. You've realized, look, I don't have to do this anymore. I've done more than my fair share, and this is enough. This is where I get off the train.
Mhm.
And so many of us women don't realize how much we've contributed to that. Even with the video, how's it going down? The lady in the video is full well ensconced in a relationship with her children's father, but still seeing if she could be hypergamous with DMX, right? And in that conversation that they're having, we'll call it, DMX is saying, look, I know you have a baby's father, but you could be over here on the winning team with me. I'm giving you that option. Even though at the end of the song you realize she's not taking him up on that and he's got to move on. Again, shouldering the responsibility of I'm taking on a risk here and I still didn't get what I want, but we'll still be friends. Whereas Dead Set is saying, actually, no, I'm not offering you that. Actually, I don't even want to hear from you again.
Nope.
And which, who can blame you?
Yeah, I think some things, I mean, because you can, if you let it's not really a sleeping dog, but leaving people as they are, it's only harmful when they take it such way, because you just left them the way they came to you.
Right.
Yeah.
So, if they feel hurt by it,
leave them where you found them. You know, they want to act certain way, fine.
Yeah.
I don't need to be around you. Bye.
I mean,
What's up, Art New
is
Style? Good to see you. That's my Leo brother
What's
right
that, Art?
there.
Yeah.
All this is, yes, this is Leo season. In case y'all didn't know, we are knee deep in Leo season. So shout out to all the Leos that are watching, that have watched or will watch. I celebrated my birthday last Wednesday, but like I said earlier, I'm celebrating until Tuesday because I take an entire week of celebration.
See, that's what I should do.
Yeah.
But I don't even celebrate my own birthday, so.
Oh Lord, you sound like my pops, bro.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, so it was never really that big a deal for me. But for my kids, it was like, nah, we rolling out the red carpet.
I love that. I'm a big celebrator. I like to celebrate people's birthdays that I care about. It's not just about my birthday. It's if you're in my life, like we're doing something. I'm celebrating you, and I'm gonna make you feel goofy. I'm gonna maybe slightly embarrass you as well. Just because that's how I show my love and care and affection, and I want you to feel special on that day, if no other day.
Something about being a woman doing embarrassing things to you in public, which is something I find very endearing, because I remember I had just gotten out of the Army. I was married at this time too, and I was working in the kitchen at the mess hall because I was working on base, and I was in school, and I came out because I was doing dishes, bottom of the barrel, and then my wife came up, and then she saw me in that long covering covered in soap, and she fell out laughing. And then she came up to me and then kissed me on the lips, and I saw the dudes around there and looked jealous. And I was like, that must have been embarrassing, but that was the icing on the cake.
That's right, because she's like, no, I don't care about any of this. I love you, and I'm not afraid to show it. And I want you to know it. I want everybody around here to know it too. That's the type of woman I am too. I'm like, look, I licked it, so it's mine.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because in hindsight, I mean, I did appreciate it after the fact. I mean, I didn't like getting laughed at in public, but we were newlyweds, so it was just like over my head. But in hindsight, when you have those great relationships and you're looking back at those memories, even if you're in a bad spot with the woman, those things still keep you going.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are those indelible memories that you have to be intentional about planting, not because of what it will do later, but because you want that person to know you're serious about them and that you really your care goes much deeper than that moment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's one of the things I miss about youth, because we did that so effortlessly.
Yes.
And as the years go on and we do become more cynical and less trusting, and our walls go up and they become much harder to tear down, I do miss that part of that innocence that I once had.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
Because like you said, it was just easier. It was just so much more accessible. You didn't have the trappings of adulthood to hold you back, nor have you had any of the experiences that harden you to being so open and vulnerable. I can speak for myself. I was just talking about vulnerability for most of my life seemed like a weakness, so I tried not to showcase it. And I know that I most likely have missed out on some things that could have been really meaningful and impactful in my life had I just opened up and let someone in to see that either something hurt me or angered me or made me feel really good, so on and so forth, just because I was afraid of letting that wall down and being vulnerable enough to the right person. Um, I was hanging out with my best friend yesterday and I was saying these things to her. Like, I don't have the luxury of when I meet someone now, friends like her being able to stand in the gap and explain to them, oh, when she does this, this is what it really means. And that's what youth affords you because you're spending time with people who are just out there trying to learn as well, but you're also not so good at putting up boundaries.
Yep. But that's what makes us so daring when we're young, because we don't have those boundaries. So it's like, man, I can do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Sun is Hot Ross says Black men's social labor has been taken for granted for so long, people automatically assume it'll be there forever, not realizing we're in the process of removing our social labor from the group.
Yeah. And actually, that kind of jogs my mind because I think it was either AB or Dead Set said something about removing themselves earlier when there's no respect. And I absolutely feel that's the right thing to do. But I also firsthand have seen where for some brothers with that I've coached in the past and just had some talks with, like, it can be extremely difficult because sometimes that's a sister, sometimes that's mom, sometimes that's somebody that depends on them dearly. And that step back in that process of teaching them respect means some real pain for them. And not everybody, how to put it, is necessarily able to pull the trigger on that and going through with that. And yeah.
Yeah, I think Sun is Hot and Better you're onto this. I mean, y'all are talking about the same thing. We're always trip. Well, I won't say it's tripping, but when I look ahead at what has to happen, because what's his name? Sun is Hot is right. Our social labor will not always be there, but there are consequences to that. And that means that those relationships are not going to be there. And if those relationships are not there, then there's going to be a lot less cohesion between us, which means, when the chips are down, we're looking at each other like, we're enemies instead of sticking together. That's one of the reasons why I say we did not stay in Jim Crow long enough. And I know a lot of people scoff at that, but it's just like, no. The longer that you're in the trenches with somebody, the closer you draw to that person. The best friends.
That's true. That is true.
Yes. The best friends that most men get are the men that they fight with. Are the men that they fight with. And especially for long marriages, these people, they were in the trenches together for a very long time.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about Uru. It's like, yeah, we had our fought, and she may not like the sound of me chewing my food, but hey, this is us.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's why I love Black Uru being in the space too, because that's the kind of influence that not many people grew up having, but he imparts that by and large to a bunch of people that probably need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very sagely. And
He
funny.
is. Yes, he is. He really is. Like, I honestly feel like if I met Black Uru in person, that I could sit down across from him and have such a long conversation, and the same amount of respect and reverence that I have for him over Wi-Fi, I would have face to face for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to hear what it sounds like when he's chewing steak. I mean, he made that comment. I was like,
I just
what
want
do
to
you
see him
sound like?
enjoy a
Leave that
glass, I
man
mean, a cup
alone, man.
of coffee with blueberries. I just want to see that. Like, my day would be made if I could go get him some blueberries and say, "Now do your coffee thing and let's talk."
Yeah.
Shout out to Black Uru, and shout out to Artisan MC in the building. He slid in while we were talking.
Oh yeah, that's my
What up,
my
Artisan?
Yeah.
nerd.
Yeah, I actually shared his page with a friend of mine who's into that kind of stuff too, because I was like, hey, if you're looking for a good outlet for people who want to talk about these things that you're into, please go watch Artisan MC. Um, Even though he's not in the shop anymore, he's still doing the Lord's work as it pertains to that and keeping the geek speak alive and keeping
Mm-hmm.
it black too, which is really unique. Love the work that he does over there.
Yeah, I like his brand of blackness. It's
Me too.
yeah, it doesn't antagonize the other person while while like this, the others, while
Yes.
realizing at the same time, look, that shit ain't gonna work because I still know what y'all to like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sun is Hot Rise talking directly to you now, Dead Set. He says
Mhm.
it shouldn't have to take Jim Crow or some kind of catalytic event to keep people together. Because when those event ends, there's no reason to continue the relationship.
Okay. The reason why I say that is because when we look across the landscape of humanity, the reason why the Japanese are the way that they are is because of their history. And the same goes for any other group. A lot of these groups had a lot of strife internally and externally for a very long time that made their culture the way it was. So when it came to Black folks and our newness, we were only a bump in the road. I mean, because remember, we started from zero and then we got Jim Crow, and then we had, we had to challenge the white man and all this other stuff. But it did not happen long enough for it to take hold. And that's basically what I'm getting at. So for every other every other group of people, they had like centuries to deal with stuff. We only had what? Less than a century after emancipation?
I think Dead Set is onto
Yeah.
something because you got to remember, white folk went through the Dark Ages.
Yes, they did. And they were nearly wiped out by the plague.
Should learn how to wash their hands.
So I kind of see
Yeah, I
what
mean, they
Dead
were
Set's
dirty
coming
people.
from.
We ain't gonna get around that part. Yeah, but I mean, because when we look at all of the strife that took place with groups, like you had the Chinese and the Mongols, you had the Crusades. This was like Europeans and Arabs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we did not have that. That's one of the reasons why I continue to point out that there's never been a Black patriarchy, and since there was no Black patriarchy, we don't have anything to stand on that is foundational for us because we didn't stay in strife long enough. And so I think a period of strife is important to a group of people.
I think that's true, but I also, this is what I was trying to get at when I said that Black love is indicative of an experience that you're not going to have across any other culture because we've had to piecemeal so much of our experience in order to make something whole. And that
Right.
speaks toward what you're talking about, there being some catalytic event, to use Sun is Hot Ra's word, to keep people together because everything has been m- mechanicalized to tear us apart. Like, everything has been to separate, to disperse, to disjoint. And despite that, we still try to cling to the pieces of one another that can make a whole, and we stitch it all and make black love out of it, for better or worse.
I agree. And here's the real kicker, because I take something like, let's say a race war broke out tomorrow. We will see black people sticking together like nothing else. And the reason, and I can say this with a good amount of certainty, is because during what was it? Pearl Harbor, we had an influx of recruitment. Just people, men were just joining the army. Yeah, we're going to go over there and fight that war. Same thing happened with 9/11. However, when we're forced to fight, such as something like Vietnam, the morale was low. It's like, what do we think about them folks over there? We ain't got nothing to do with them. But if somebody attacks the homeland, or somebody attacks us as a group, we all feel that.
Oh yeah.
And so, and these are the catalyst. These events danger makes us draw closer together. It's basically human nature. And if the danger is coming from another tribe, then tribes go closer together.
Like, this has nothing to do with the conversation, but it made me think about in the movie I Am Legend, and how they all, for better or worse, were of the same mind in terms of what the target was.
Yep.
And grouped together until they found another target.
Yeah.
I feel both you and what Senator Hot is saying, as well as Art. And my thing would be, in terms of catalysts or events that could serve as a catalyst, I really truly feel that from slavery to Jim Crow to now, if you really think about it, we as Black folks in this country have been in the crosshairs of the world's foremost superpower, arguably the most preeminent power that the globe has ever seen. And I don't think it's so much that there's a lack of an event. I really truly believe that we've been propagandized to believe that our own extinction, our own targeting is an illusion. And I think there's a good and growing number of people who believe that. In a sense, I believe there's a lot of, when I look at my son's generation, I really see a lot of young Black kids that don't know how to be Black, if that makes any sense. Or that don't understand Blackness, I guess probably would be a better way to phrase it.
We get into the multiple ways of being Black, but
right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And I think with that sentiment, what's the axiom go though, about the devil convincing the world that he didn't exist?
Yeah. Right.
Well, I say the same thing about racism. I mean, the worst thing that white people did was convince Black folks that racism no longer exists. And and the young people are walking around acting like, no, it don't exist.
I don't see color.
Yeah, good luck with that, because that police sure do. He's calling your black ass black male.
But notice you didn't say that you wanted to lose vision. You said you'd be okay with losing your hearing because you've heard enough. That's a good indication of, hey, whether you see it or not, the color exists.
Yeah. And the thing is, I want it to exist because I like seeing color in people. And because with color comes culture, and with culture comes all kinds of stuff. What did you contribute? What did you not contribute? What do I got to look out for from you folks? Because I know y'all on some shit. That type of thing. Yeah, recognize my black ass, okay? So somebody say, "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to call you black." Like, what you talking about? My son's black, my mother's black. That's a badge of honor to me.
Yeah.
Same here. I want to welcome Roguish Son to the panel.
Oh man, my partner in the past.
What to do? What to do? To all those who love conquering on the panel. Much respect.
Yes, sir. And tell them, Roguish, they better not ever build a time machine.
I'm going back with number plans, bro. I'm going. I'm respect the game. I'm
Yeah.
respect the game, no gold and all, and no stocks, but I'm going back with number plans. Like, all right, look, if y'all do this, in 100 years, you'll own everything, like a Jew, okay?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Better you got
Someone,
jokes. You see that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
someone spoke of, I think it was, Better You spoke of the youngsters not knowing how to be black, if that's, like a thing.
Mhm.
That, look, this is why I always focus on a cultural perspective of defining something. But what do black people define as culture from them? I think black people prefer culture to be defined for them. And
That's a good point.
you know what I mean? I don't think we want that task for some reason. like black women don't like doing their hair. It's hard. You don't know, blah blah blah. Like, hey, you can't tell me you love God and hate your hair. For real.
Bars.
That's those are bars.
For real. First thing you see on your body, you dread. How you feel by the time you get to the toe, huh? Chick.
Wow.
My bad.
Rogish came up guns blazing this morning. My goodness. All right.
I'm waiting for that maniacal laugh to come out.
Nah. I can't be doing that, man. Y'all think that shit performative, cuz, for real. I don't know. Y'all
No,
think
I know that's you.
Yeah.
I watch your
No.
streams.
Woke up and chose violence. God
I'll be trying not to.
Yes. But
But
yeah,
these youngsters need that. They need some form of an identifier of themselves outside of what they give to everybody else to participate as. Hey, this is me, and this is the collection of weed. I don't know.
yeah. I think that's a good point though, because on Better Use point, learning how to be black, if I am to define that, that would simply be learning your history, learning about you and your group of people. That's all that is. And so whatever shade of black that you're going to be, whether you're going to be boule or, them niggas down there on the corner, then that's what it's going to be.
Right.
But we all understand that whole thing as the universe of blackness, as far as the United States goes. And then we can go ahead and take it further. It's like, okay, the Nigerians over there, the Ethiopians, them Gambians, we're intelligent enough and we've done this in the past. So, it's just par for the course. But if they don't know how to be black in their own skin and in their own culture, then, hey, it's easy, as Carter G. Woodson stated, it is easy for them to be subjugated.
Oh, very, very much so. Muy fácil. And they don't even know how to look out for it.
Yeah, but this also relates to black love.
They don't know how to look out for it because they say it again.
I say this also relates to black love because I don't want to get too far from Toya's topic. But part of that self-love is loving somebody who looks just like you. So y'all already know my history. Yes, I was like, when I told people I am not having anything but black children, and I know in tongue in cheek sometimes I bet you wish you was with that Asian woman. I was like, no, I love my black children. It would have been great had I worked it out with these two black women, but it didn't work out. So I ain't getting another one. She better be Superwoman, but because I'm hella cautious now. But I have no regrets, put it that way. Because my relationships were good. This first one was really good. The second one was, good in the beginning.
I mean,
but
when
see,
it
having
comes,
that hindsight, sorry, Rogish,
no, you good.
having that hindsight that set is what allows you to be where you are today. And I always say the tools that we once used stop being useful at some point, and you have to take them off to make room for new ones.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you would feel the way you do today if you hadn't gone through that. But I would argue that it makes you a better man and a better father.
Yeah, when I can be.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna give you those flowers, even if you're not gonna give them to yourself. Okay.
Yeah, that's my cynicism kicking in. But thank you.
You're welcome. I want to say shout out to Man Made Media TV in the building. He said shout out to Toya and peace to the panel. Thank you for being here and thank you for hitting that like button. Go ahead, Rogish.
No. So before I derail if the conversation any further, oh, how far did I stray away from?
No, you good.
No,
No, you good.
You're good.
Okay. Because I think what I listened to what the one sister was saying is she was saying she was having issues as far as like showing grace to brothers, and it was like it makes make you ask the question: is it something that she believes she was taught, or if she believed that it was the environment itself? Um, because a lot of people believe things that is something that they're taught, as opposed to understanding. Well, no, this is a culture. Like everybody is over here in the United States.
I think
Is
it's
one thing that they're told is do not respect a black man.
Mhm.
Do not, no one, and no matter what culture they're from outside of here. When it comes to us, everybody's told the same thing to not respect us. And the type of disrespect that you get from people isn't a cultural disrespect. It is something that you can identify and, pattern form. If a Hindu were to get out of pocket over here, they're going to try to get out of pocket like a pilgrim would.
Yep.
Same as the essay, same, you know what I mean? It's like, all right, then, well, what is it about us that's permissible for us to be devalued based off of what, what historical encounter? I guess you got to say history.
I have a theory on that actually.
Okay.
I believe, and I have to be very careful how I say it. So if you don't quite get the euphemism, I'll just put it in back chat. I believe that certain groups of people have made it clear that there's consequences for crossing or dealing with them in a particular way. And they've enforced said consequences. And I believe that a lot of the rhetoric that we've ingested as a people have taken a particular option off the table. And that option being off the table only serves to comfort those who are in power, who perpetrate those things against you. Because I put it like this: I've never had a problem composing myself and acting like I had some sense around somebody I felt was a threat to me.
Right.
And when you feel that you can get away with anything, that's really when people get the most out of pocket. I'll just leave that at that. If you don't get it, I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah.
I think I have a pretty smart audience. I think we all picked that up.
Yeah. I think that was I think it's one of the worst things that a government can do. And that's to, which all governments do it, I get it, to instill that sense of fear into their population, because that fear often turns into, inevitably it turns into revolution, because people are only going to be scared, I mean, because think about the Red Summer. We got tired of that shit and we started burning down everywhere we went. We was burning cities down. And so next thing you know, we had the Kerner Commission. So sadly, governments do drive that divide and conquer in their populations. And we know that in other nations where such a thing don't exist, they get along just fine. Granted, you got feminism and all the other garbage that sort of ruined it for everybody. Because, I think about, what is it, Switzerland and Denmark. And like back in the 80s, everybody wanted a Swiss bunny. Oh yeah, them Swiss women, this, that, and the third. I was like, okay, that's good for you white boys. But nowadays, Swiss men are going to Thailand to get the women because they're saying that Swiss women are no good.
Like ally importing women or something because so many Swiss men were just like, we're out.
Oh yeah, that's what's been going on. Yeah, they outlawed it, and I think this happened a few years ago. I don't know if they lifted the ban, but yeah, we've seen this thing play out before. Yeah, We've seen it play out before. We know what happens. The men go elsewhere, and it's almost as though Asian women are sitting there waiting for somebody to come pick them up. So if you take Asians off the table, what do you got then? I mean, you got the Africans, you have the South Americans, but we know that this stuff is spreading everywhere. What happens when all of those groups of women are taken off of the table?
I guess you go to Siri now. You know what I'm talking about? That's you go get you the bionic shit.
You know what? I don't think men are ever
You
gonna.
holler at Hammer.
You ain't shit, but he deserves it.
Leave it to Rogish.
But I think, like in the long term, the majority of men are not going to go for that.
Right.
And you know, let me go ahead and quantify this. The majority of men who are dating will not go for that.
Right.
So the rest of them, you know, they're not mating anyway. So that will be roughly just over 50% to 60%, because they're not going to breed anyway. And that's going to be due to lack of being chosen.
Yep. Like Compassionate and Callous says, it's odd that Black men are simultaneously the most feared and the first to be disrespected. How does that work?
Yeah.
It's the thing that they fear
odd.
about us. Yeah. What they fear.
It's a majesty. That's the thing. They're not afraid in the traditional sense of being afraid. Their fear shows, you know, quivering before majesty. That's what it is. You know, we make people feel ways that they don't know how to explain. So, you know, they either lash out, or you know, they bite off of you. You feel me? At the same time of marginalizing you, and it's like, damn, all of this it doesn't fit. You know, some of it fits, some of it doesn't, but they give you the whole kit and caboodle. So what is it that we're doing? You know, Black men are largely just trying to participate. Black men are trying to dominate. You know, in majority of the industries that they're in, they're just, you know, participate well. Well, it's received as this intention of domination.
That's a natural byproduct of your existence, though. Because of everything that we've had to endure, Black men are always going to up the ante when it comes to output, productivity.
Yeah. I think there's also a more carnal threat because I've been around the world. Everybody knows that. And no matter where a brother is, especially brothers who travel, he getting down with somebody. And the threat, the threat of Black males and women of other groups has been around for a very long time.
I mean, look, we are the creators of cool and smooth and suave, debonair and all that, just being us. It wasn't there was no attempts of that, you know. We were just us. So if you ignorantly resonate at higher vibrations with you know what I'm saying, without even trying.
I mean, think about what the white women are doing. I mean, because we rarely talk about sexual tourism that white European women do. They go to Black countries.
Right.
They go to Black countries to be with these brothers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
You didn't speak about Black companies.
Yeah, got Black companies. They want some Black company in those Black countries.
And company means many things in this. Go ahead. What'd you say?
He's being nice about it. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Man-Made Media TV says, it's unfortunate, but the average Black woman archetype has given all Black women a bad name. And the same holds true for Black men. The irony of all this is we pointing the finger at each other.
Damn. Bars.
But I think largely what has to be said here, while I don't disagree with this, is that Black women have been given the microphone.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
when I say that, I'm always referring to the fact that, okay, we've already said what we had to say. Now we're saying things that we don't need to say. How about we pass the mic to the men so they could really get at the heart of the matter? Because yes, the truth is we are pointing the finger at one another, but we're also not pointing the finger back at ourselves. And that's where I think we're missing out. That's where I think we're not seizing the opportunity. Like I said earlier, if we were listening to the lyrics of DMX's song, it could have been a beckon call. It could have been a warning shot for us as women to make better decisions based on seeing a woman who could have had, quote unquote, it all, but wasn't able to because of decisions she had made previous. The chickens do come home to roost.
Mm-hmm. I think to that point too, when we're talking about pointing fingers and the microphone, not only did the women get a microphone and they got a megaphone basically, because we all know what the talk show circuit was like, but they also got institutional and government backing for their bullshit. And the thing about it is everybody knows this, but when you're getting something for your BS, you're going to be like, well, I deserve this. And you're going to find some way to rationalize it. So whereas if you're the one on the short end of the stick and you have to be silent about it, we're just building up resentment here.
Yeah.
I mean, well, the thing is, we weren't solidified. That's the thing.
Right.
We refer to ourselves as if we were a solidified people, and no, we were gradually, growing into being a little bit more solidified, especially by our own definition, like within like the 70s. But we forget that look, this nation took an offense to us doing so, and waged cultural war, government.
You broke up.
Yeah, you're poor again. We don't hear you, Rogish.
Governments war all kind of shit against us. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, but we are not a solidified people. So we were put every effort that we didn't put forth for us to be a little bit more solidified. The way we can come to understand each other a little bit more easily, and that which one may have to deal with their social conditioning and the sabotages that they encounter. I guess gender specifically within the same matrix. We haven't been given the time in order to create those bonds, amongst ourselves to be able to relate honestly like that with an empathy, not honestly, but empathetically as we're supposed to. If we're all under attack and everybody's under besiege and everything, it's like, okay, well, from time to time, instead of saying don't dodge your bullets in my direction, you can shoot some type of harsh critique over to those who study shooting the bullets. But that's the one thing that I think that's the reason why the youngsters don't know their blackness, is because they're if you don't know your blackness, then what do they think they are? American, some generalized participant of society. All right, then, and then that which they are of, is of a black cultural foundation, historical connection, and all that. It don't mean nothing, with your avatar that you put on to participate, and you lose yourself. By thinking that, okay, you're doing what you're supposed to do, by thinking that you're being more liberal, thinking that you're being more open-minded. It's like, well, nah, these people are participating as groups. They,
It also
they
doesn't
are. They
mean
might
anything if you
go ahead.
think of yourself as American, but nobody else does.
That part.
That part.
Ooh,
To be American is to be white. You learn that.
Mm-hmm.
Lord, I'm mercy. Bars.
Mm-hmm.
Bars.
You just alley-ooped it. That's all.
No, it's
But
the
it's not
truth
my
though.
fault. Yeah.
So that's why I say if we are going to participate, everybody else is everybody got a hyphen, I guess. Okay, you say everybody got a hyphen, who got a hyphen. But the earlier part of their hyphen is more of the larger perspective of their identity. That the second part of the hyphen is just, what is the ticket to start to get in to see the show. Their essence of them is that earlier part of life. Black people, we don't have that. We was having that with Black American or whatever we were doing culturally with blackness. If we were, let's say we were able to work with that culturally and cultivate that, 60 years unmolested. Can you imagine what our social bonds would be then? Can you imagine what our cultural linkage, our historical linkage? We don't like to acknowledge that we have agitators, and it's largely a government, and if it's done so by this time, that there must be a desire for lack of stability, or this particular style of a lack of stability with our community, let alone familial union and all that. I mean, or are we still just trying to make it like everybody else in America? All right, then. Tell that to Sonya Massey, man.
But that's the reason why I liked. Are y'all watching the Olympics now?
Yeah, I'm watching the basketball game right now.
Oh, that's what's up. I see. I like the track and field and the gymnastics. And that brother Frederick Richards on the male gymnastics team, when they was talking about his story, and he just says, "Yeah, I'm out here on the team, and the difference is I'm Black. I'm the only black one there." He was just out front with it. I was like, I love this brother.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's supposed to mean
speaking
something.
Of gymnastics, they still won't leave that poor girl alone.
Simone.
Man, that is all kinds of hatred against her because she whooping everybody ass and has been for what? How many years?
Oh, yeah, she's a badass. I have to take my hat off to her. That is you have to hand it to her. She's a badass in her field.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Who are we talking about?
Simone Biles.
Simone Biles.
Oh, okay. Yes, agreed. Sorry, I had a catastrophe to tend to.
Oh.
And when we go back into the relationships, now she's defending her husband, and in my feed now she's pregnant, and it's just
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I saw it this morning in my Facebook feed.
Congratulations.
Okay, congratulations.
She's doing what she's supposed to do. And doing it and looking good doing it, and the championship. It's like can't nobody say nothing.
Oh, they're
Eh.
really gonna be mad now, but I don't care.
I mean, first of all, I knew that was just a matter of time.
Yeah, that was a matter of time.
A gymnast that fold up in a pretzel? Come on. Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to be PC here, but yeah.
Yeah, she did what she was supposed to do. She came in and got her medals and said, "All right, now I'm gonna go be your wife." Not that she wasn't the entire time, but absolutely, I support that. I love to hear that. And this is just more along the lines of what I'm referring to as Black love, and them being able to piecemeal together as athletes that don't have the luxury of just being American, never losing sight of that, making good on it. Like I don't have a problem with that at all. Good for her.
Yeah. Hey, man, new Black people, I'm good with that. I mean, I'm good for new people in general, but when it comes to our clan, yeah, because that's more for my kids.
So what when it comes to the youth, what's the first thing that they should understand about being Black, and monolithically, if you will? If there was an opportunity for them to get a monolithic lesson, what would be the first one?
Origin.
History.
Yeah, that's right. History and origin. History and origin is, as Carter G. Woodson put it, when you learn to honor your own history and your own origin, then you move ahead without regard to race.
Facts.
Yeah, I feel that, and to kind of add on to what Dad said, is talking about, if you understand the history, you also understand how not only you have come to be, but also how society and societies that interacted with your people view you through that historical context, and you don't lose sight of those biases and whatnot. To what you guys were saying a little earlier about being American, the danger in that is, at least for me, is like, for nearly 300 years of systematic oppression and slavery, if you just go from being a Black American to just American, that means at that point, the Black community and all these things that has been under attack for so long, those conditions is y'all's fault. That's an individual failing at that point. That's not systematic oppression. That's in it, not anything. It's just, hey man, you ain't doing what you're supposed to do. Like you an American, like I'm an American, right?
Yeah, that's actually erasure. That's my biggest
Exactly.
issue. Yeah. And the thing about it is, when it comes to that, because like we talk about, like when we're talking about our music and the things that we brought forth culturally, and if we take a look at the collective of what the United States is and what it contributed to the world and what it represents, and then how they try to push out the Black people, even though we're the ones who are like given and given to this culture, and it's more of our culture that's being exported socially. It's just like, wait a minute, when you're listening to Luther Vandross, you're listening to America. When you're listening to DMX, you're listening to America. Everything that we put forth culturally has that American stamp on it.
Yeah.
So when sometimes when I'm feeling dumb, it's like, well, how is it that to be American is to be white when we got a black stamp on damn near everything that we export?
Because we're the cultural fuel for the American dream lifestyle.
Yep.
We're the cultural fuel, and you don't have to respect your fuel source. I mean, you have to. It helps to, but I mean, look at who we talking about here now, culturally. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Think about them dirty folks.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
And
Let's
the
just say the
American
appetite is more stronger than average.
and the American framework is very much built upon what other cultures have contributed. Everything down to what we house in museums to the standards by which we shape our lifestyle.
That's
If
true.
it weren't for Black women or Black men, then a lot of what is considered American would be stale, stagnant, and unsustainable, to be very honest. Welcome to the panel, Compassionate and Callous. I'm glad you could join us.
Hey, what's up, sis? What's up, family?
So
What's going on, brother?
you're like yin and yang.
Uh-huh.
The one thing I would say, excuse me, and my grandfather taught me this a long time ago. There's a cultural process with America in which we invented, we innovated, and then what you'll see is it will gain some type of popularity or carve out its niche, and then what you'll have, generally speaking, is where the whitewashing begins. Like, think of it like Elvis and a Little Richard and some of the previous performers that came before Elvis. Like, all that was really just doing what black entertainers was doing. A lot of white rappers were really just doing what a lot of black guys was doing 20, 30 years before. So,
Bro, they used to put blackface on. They used to play fake pickaninnies, cuz.
Low key. They used to have white men perform black roles in blackface.
Look, I can understand them wanting to play a black person, but if you're gonna play a pickaninny, really? You gonna play that? Why not play? You know, the noble free slave? Okay, he just got to be a Negro. We don't want Negroes here. Nah, they went Kodak Black with it, cuz.
yeah, damn.
Not Kodak Black.
Yeah. But y'all got me laughing here. But relating that back to the whole black love thing, man. could you sort of tie that in?
Yeah, bring it on back for us, Rogan.
All right, but no. Okay, so look, black love. I think Toya wrote it earlier when I was playing catch up. She said, love is. I think if Toya said love is grown or spoke to something like that, and Son of Top Rod was speaking against it, and it was like, nah, that's actually what love is. Love is grown. So if we are to grow our love for self through connecting of one's culture, connecting of one's history, um, that takes time. That takes time to develop into the type of culture that Black people need in order to grasp on something. I think we've been programmed being here and the social conditioning that is, living as a so-called American here in the United States. I think we've been programming for elements of that culture, that style of culture or model of cultural absorption to be our method of cultural absorption, meaning that we got to make something for ourselves, make it hot for ourselves, popularize it, I guess, in some form or fashion for the sake of self-consumption. And then we'll be able to embody it, as one does the Jordan or the iPhone, let alone one
Okay.
another. You feel me?
I want us to because now the dark side of me is starting to tinkle my brain.
Here we
So
go.
are we going to define what this love is? Because I think we should start there, because I know we're not talking about being in love, because that's just madness.
Mhm.
But how are we basically defining self-love within the Black sphere?
And my thing is Richard Pryor had he would talk about what awards felt like because they wouldn't give him the crown when he earned the crown, right? And he would say the way that my people respond to me on the side of the road, you know what I'm saying? Like, Richard, you know what I'm saying? Get down, it's so overwhelmed, to where he couldn't, he couldn't describe, let alone contain it. And that will be the type of love and respect I want to be pouring on. I think the same way that as a Black child, when we watch something of that similar type of exchange between our parents and their siblings or the people who they went to school with, college with, people ain't seen in a long time. If you've ever identified that what your parents sharing something with somebody that's like just that instant, huge, big energy. So it was something to see, like, wow, how long have they known one another? I remember looking up and seeing that phenomenon. Like, how long have they known one another? Wow, mama really happy, dad really happy to see this person. And, what does this person mean to them? I think that type of energy, us creating those type of, being able to foster those type of social bonds, again, we'll be able to grow with love. Cause I don't know what love is as far as definition of love. Shit, I don't know. I hear the word, but I'm just thinking love in the form of, with Black people, self-acceptance, self-belonging, you know what I'm saying? Permitting themselves self-ownership. Because I know that's one thing a lot of Black people got issue with. And they don't even understand that they present that of their character. They got a problem with self-ownership. Black people got that issue. As far as
Unfortunately.
everybody else in some generalized form, I don't know. But yeah.
Well, I agree with that. And what I would add to it is that it's intentional. It's a choice that you make, right? Because um, in the way that I choose to express myself, that is something that has existed within me for a very long time. And so I've spoken about this before where I've gotten people say things to me like, she thinks she white, or why you talk white, and so on and so forth. But the way that I speak was never intended to come across like I was trying to sound white, as much as it was a deep respect that I had for my grandmother always telling me to enunciate, to open up
Mhm.
my mouth, to speak with my words and use my mouth. My mother always said to me, "You got a mouth, so use it." And so I intentionally chose or choose to exude my Blackness by using my ability to articulate and amplify from that space. Um, I very much am aware of the marketing that exists in America that says that you are this first before you can ever be considered American, which is why I said earlier we don't have the luxury of calling ourselves American because we are so many things before you get to that part. And the marketing that has been in place to solidify what American means and what you think of in a picture of who that looks like and it not being us means that for us to show that self-love and to show black love, that we have to first make the choice that we are black, unapologetically, not watered down, not whittled down. No matter what those parts are made of, I'm still black.
Well put.
I put. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I just said well put. You got it.
Oh, I agree with that, and I would just add on like it kind of goes back to what I said when I first hopped on with the empathy part of it, in regards to the love aspect of it. Love for each of us on the individual level is going to be different. I know the things that I need, the things that Rogish needs, things Dead Set needs, probably going to be some similarities, but it's probably going to be some things that is different. And part of it is having that patience and that willingness to be taught how that individual that you're investing in needs you to show up in terms of loving them so that they can be their best self and make the relationship stronger, and conversely pour back into them.
Anybody else want to take a stab at that? All right, I guess not. So I pulled up an article from GQ that talks about DMX made one of hip hop's greatest love songs, referring to How's It Going Down. And here above the video, it says the song chronicles an illicit affair between DMX and a woman who he loves deeply, despite acknowledging that they have no future together. It's an impossible situation, and both parties know they're wrong, but their chemistry and the comfort they feel in each other's presence allows them to escape reality. And I wanted to highlight that because that is so much a part of the Black experience. Finding solace in one another to escape the reality that we both fight through every day.
Mm.
Go ahead, there's still meat on that bone.
Yeah, I'm still digesting it, what you said.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting though. Yeah. Love as
Well,
an
it's
escape from
why
the reality.
Yeah, it's why I started off the stream with this video because I felt like it came out in 1998, but we're still very much dealing with the aftermath of these sorts of relationships, and we're still wanting to find comfort in each other's presence despite knowing that, hey, we made some wrong decisions here. But the temporary bliss that it provides is worth the risk. You know, a lot of our existence is driven by the risks we're willing to take.
Mm. Mm.
Shout out to he dropped down. Maybe he'll come back. I was gonna say shout out to Past a Life. He joined the panel, but he dropped off just as quickly. So hopefully he'll come back. Indigo Flow says,
So
on a
when you say,
related note, I think my favorite hip hop love song might be Lots of Lovin' by Pete Rock and CL Smooth. But I digress. Back to the matter at hand. Go ahead, Rogish.
so when you say, uh, when you say that they made decisions, some wrong decisions, meaning in the past not choosing to be together, and or, is that what you mean?
Not necessarily, but having the regret of some decisions to maybe have children out of wedlock or to
Right.
want to pursue a relationship with someone else having not tied up the previous one. You know, those could be considered wrong decisions. Um,
Okay.
you know, just not having the correct intention for where you took life to or where life took you.
Mm. That's interesting. It's interesting you get that out of BMX cut. Oh, you gonna look
Yeah,
into
I gotta
X like
check that
that?
song again, low key. I ain't listened to that in years.
Same.
But I think a little bit. I think as far as black love, I think we gotta, like we were talking about earlier, defining blackness itself, and like from a cultural standpoint, and from a collective standpoint, not just an individual standpoint. I think you can't. It's hard to describe what black love is, or what it constitutes, or what it represents, without that defined first and agreed upon. Because like what you guys been saying is like there's an array of ways people demonstrate blackness. Like we say, the younger generation kind of doesn't really even have a language for it. So I mean, it's hard for me to conceptualize when I know there is no unified theory of blackness, for lack of a better term.
And just like this article says, this is no fairy tale romance. There's no happily ever after. And the reverberating message is that love alone simply isn't enough.
Absolutely.
Well,
Clearly.
love isn't just between two people, though. I mean, that's the thing. When two people are together, traditionally it was always two families that were together, and perhaps maybe it was those bonds that was also helping to prop up the so-called love. I think when we say love, we think this individualistic stuff, and it's like, well, that's not ultimately what family is. That's not what the start of a relationship is supposed to be. It's not just supposed to be courting, which I know what everybody turned into now, turn relationship into courting today. But nah, you're supposed to be speaking potential familial bonds.
I want to welcome Mr. Life back to the panel. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Life. What would you like to add?
First, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. No feedback. This is my first time using it from my phone in like 2 years.
Okay.
So, yes, I just want to make sure that I'm good here. Well, I wanted to be brief because I was listening while I was inside the gym, but you started on black love, and you know me. I am married to a black woman, and not only a black woman, a very successful black woman. And my wife makes more than me. And I know when it comes to black love, there's some contempt there when we have this conversation about how much the man makes versus how much she makes. And you know, the 100 to 50-50 conversation always gets thrown up out there. And I want to just say, when it comes to men making less than their wives and all this stuff, when you're talking about black love, it's up to the man to actually get where the family is to go. And I always talk about a vision, purpose, and a plan. I do know that my wife makes probably about 40% more than me, and still now, even with me having a C-suite title as vice president, she still makes more than me, and she's up for another promotion that's going to probably double that. But at the end of the day, when she comes home, the first thing that she do is she walks in and she takes the socks off of my feet and asks me how was my day, and asks me how was my day. So you got to get out of this notion of that you can't actually have a woman that makes money and still provide a wife to you, for one. Two, the men got to be open to understand that a lot of the times we are looking for the wrong women and the women are looking for the wrong men. It's not about how much a person makes, but it's about what that person adds to you and what type of value that she brings back to you. My wife sees me as a utility and a resource, and guess what? I see her as the same thing. I never dated a woman that didn't have no value add back to me. If she had kids, she still had to have value add back to me. How can she amplify my life, and how can I do the same for her? A lot of us want to get caught up on, well, she just should cook, clean, and all that type of stuff. Well, that's great. My wife cooks 4 or 5 times a week, but I look at my wife and say, why are you cooking? Sometimes because we make enough money to where you can actually not cook, order in, and do something a lot more productive. Because at the end of the day, with me, it's about how do we advance our family. Our family goal is to own commercial real estate. Well, we can't get to that with you cooking for me. I need you to go out there and make that money. I need for you to understand your talents, and how can we maximum and how can we leverage your talents even more so we can make more money. My wife saw me working and she changed her life. My wife was the only black dean at a prominent state college in Florida. I really want to understand that's a very high title. But at the same time, my wife was the lowest paid dean there, and also working twice as much as every other dean. She was working 60, 70 hours a week. And I looked at her and said, "You're doing this wrong." And she watched my lifestyle. She watched me working 20 hours a week and making the same thing that she was making. And I said, "This is what you want to do. You're going to follow my life plan path and how I work. And my wife's income has tripled since she actually got on my vision, purpose, and plan." Now, did she come back to me and say and try to hold that against me? No. We understand one thing. It's not a 50-50 relationship. It's a 100-100 relationship. We both put everything in, because if you're going 50-50, that means that she's halfway out. That means that you're halfway out. We don't live that type of lifestyle. We put everything in, and we both go hard inside the paint, and I have a purpose for our family. It always boils down to vision, purpose, and plan. But a lot of these black women don't want to be on board. I think black men are doing a great thing for themselves about diversifying more options. It's the best thing that you can do, because competition going to breed more women coming up and stepping up to the plate, because they understand what's going on. And at the end of the day, you only need one, maybe two. And for the guys that's super successful, you might have three, but you can't have no more than three and have an absolutely great life. No way. That's no way possible.
Yes, it is.
That's what I would say. It's about getting with the woman that understands you and you understanding her, and you all building out that plan. It doesn't matter how the income looks. It doesn't matter the dichotomy. All these people doing all this crazy talking. But I personally say no man should want a woman to be a traditional wife. And these American women, they ain't built for that. So I had to lean into equality. I leaned fully in, but I told my wife she gets equality and not equity. So when that trash day comes, my wife gets her ass up and takes out the trash. She don't fight about it. She makes more than me, but she still takes down the trash. Now I come home and take it up. And those are the little things that we talk about, because we work together, right? We got one common purpose. We got one common goal, and that is to make sure that our family establish something for our family.
Okay,
That's what I have to say about it.
Hey, Toya, I got to step down. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Thanks for coming, AB. I'll see you later.
All right. Y'all have a good day.
Peace, brother.
Peace, AB. So who's in charge of your union?
You speaking to me?
Yes.
Me. We have a marriage. We are a husband and a wife. We're not partners. We have defined what that means.
I mean, because I'm just saying, I was listening to everything that you were saying, and what's working for you does work for you. You know, it works for you. So I'm not saying anything against what you're doing personally. However, you know, the 100-100 stuff, and you know, a lot of the idealism. How do we transmit that to a young couple who don't have what you have, or how do you make that practical for them? And not something, because I'm listening to you and it all sounds abstract. And you know, I've been through 2 marriages.
Okay, it's not abstract. For one, it's about you sitting down and you communicating your vision, your purpose, and your plan. I sat down and had a conversation with my wife, and we talked about finances. A lot of times we don't really want to have these hard conversations. I think relationships are built on the hard conversation. It's your ability to actually have the hard conversation and her not walk out and you not actually walk out is what solidifies the conversation. We sat down. I said, this is what we are going to do. This is how much you make. This is how much I make. All right, we're going to put this all in together, and we're going to pay bills out of this particular pot, and we're going to save 5% here, 10% there. We're going to do this, and we're going to set this other money and put it towards something else, and then we're going to actually allocate earmark money for our vacation time. Sit down and have the conversation. When my wife goes.
Not to over interject, but you do remember the context that you initially started speaking towards was love, and you went right to the finance, homie.
Yeah, I mean,
No problem with that. Yeah. Because I said that because that's what we always wait on. Because whenever we are having this conversation, it always turns to finance. So I just went on ahead and dealt with the problem up front. I have no problem with that. We do have love, but once again, we have a very practical marriage. We have a very practical and functional marriage. I love my wife to death, but at the end of the day, this is a union for us, and we understand the business concept of it.
Okay, now your wife decided to go along with your plan. What happens when the other person's wife is not listening, or when the husband is not listening, and you're still married and you still have to work through it? What happens then?
Well, and something else that we do that I was going to get to, which I think that all married couples need to have, is marriage mentors. So when I sat down and had that conversation with my wife, and even before I married her, I already prospected marriage mentors for us, and we went and met with our marriage mentors, and we had conversations with them, and they imparted into us what we need to be doing in order to make sure that we have a successful marriage. We went and found people that was married 35 years plus, that raised 6 kids and homeschooled 6 kids. So when we went and looked at this, we know that we had this archetype of a marriage that we could actually re-image our marriage into. So this just wasn't happenstance. I was very practical about what I wanted to do when I decided to sit down with her and say, marry me. This wasn't no whim thing. I just wasn't just saying, hey, marry me because you have good sex.
Right. So
No,
question.
yeah.
Question. So what would you say have been the difficulties or problems with that model that you've deployed in your marriage? Have there been any, or has it just been pretty much smooth sailing?
No, it's marriage, right? Marriage is like work. You're gonna always have ups and downs.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the main things is always boiled down to communication, and what you saying, is it being conveyed in do they intake it the same way that you think that you're outputting it, right? So a lot of times, a lot of things get lost in translation. So then it boils down to, once again, we're sitting down and having another conversation to make sure that we are on the same page. But one thing that, because I'll be open and transparent. Let's have a real conversation about sex, right? Because sex is definitely a big thing, especially when you're with one woman.
Mm-hmm.
So saying that, me as a man, 6'5", brown eyes, 250, I never had a problem with women in my life being compliant.
Mm-hmm.
So, but when you get married, and I told my wife, the relationship sways more to the advantage of the woman as they get progressed on inside the relationship. It's heavily weighted towards you and your rights versus the man. So I simply sit down and told her, yeah, you gave me sex when we first started this marriage. You was popping it off like 4 or 5 days a week. I didn't have to say nothing for you. You literally came home and hopped on the D. Great. 5 years later, that's not the same situation. So we had to sit down and have a conversation about what that was. So I said, I want you to see it from my perspective, right? And I said,
Transactional, bro. This sounds very hyper transactional. Where is the essence of the
can I please finish?
complementarity,
Can I
the
please finish?
connection?
Because I was going somewhere.
Nah, I'm saying, because it sounds like I should have a ledger book out or something, man. What is this?
Whatever, bro. I'm just trying to help. See, this is the thing. When men start talking about being successful inside of marriage, y'all don't want to hear the stuff that make marriage successful. Yeah, we have love. Yeah, I love my wife, but we still understand, in order to make this work, we got to make this work. And I'm giving you tools and resources to try to help you better your conversation.
No,
Because
that's not
at the
what we're
end of the
gonna.
day, it's about having a conversation. And if you don't want to have the conversation, that's fine. Move on. But nobody, if you go overseas and find women, you still got to sit down and have a conversation. I know a man that bought a car wife.
Yeah, you sound like a car salesman. That's one of the problems.
Yeah.
Would you say what you've been
I'm just trying
describing
to
as
help
black
y'all out
love?
right now.
Would you say what you've been describing, the dynamics you've been describing, the conversation, so on and so forth, would you say that's what you define as black love, basically cooperating together?
That is a part of it. That's a part of the whole piece of the pie. Everything, you just can't say one thing is black love. It is a composite. It's a puzzle. It's a 2,000-piece puzzle that you all have to fit together.
Well, see, that's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier, Toya. I think that's problematic though, because then it's literally to each his own. We've been operating on to each his own.
You only need one. You only need one. How many you need?
No. I mean to each his own couple. You saying basically black love is a very unique, non-defined thing to each individual black couple. But that's a problem because we can't communicate that to nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's got to be grounding somewhere. Something
Right.
that, because when we're talking about black love, we're talking about culture, basically.
Basically, right.
What are the things that we have in common that makes these relationships with these individual people work? What is the glue that holds that together that comes from the culture?
Once again, you still need one. Are you trying to make your culture work with one person? And I think you're dealing with an individual. You have to figure out, is your culture and her culture, is that compatible? Because even though we're black, we might have different cultures. Just like I was saying when I talked about this at the beginning, if you are a guy that comes from an elite family, or you have a status in life, and you try to go to the hood and marry a hood chick, you know the chances of trying to make that work are going to be slim to none. So then that boils down to you and your taste. Your taste might not match what you need and what's inside your life, i.e. me. Because I used to absolutely love hood chicks. I wanted them with gold teeth, braids down their back, and used to set dudes up and bring me back the money. But in order for me to actually get my life right and know where I want to go, I had to change my taste in women. And I changed my taste in women to where I like more of a well-educated master's degree, doctorate degree, very formal, very prissy woman.
Right.
Yeah, with class, so that I understand where I wanted to go inside life. And I had to make that change. I had to literally change the women that I approach.
Okay, so do you have children?
No, sir.
Don't mind me asking. But so if you were speaking to a group of black children, what would you tell them is black love? Or would you say it's gonna be different for each of y'all? Y'all gonna all find y'all all individual class, and then y'all gonna sort yourself, and then it's gonna be different. What would you tell them what black love is?
That's difficult. Let's not say children. Let's say teenagers or young people.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because
young people. My bad.
All right, so because you say children, that sounded like hold on, right? So
Right.
young men, so young men, because I do mentor young men, and we mentor in 2 couples right now. And basically, when I sit down and have the conversation, like I said, I talk to the man about one particular thing, and the conversation with the lady is something totally different. But for the men, something that I had to realize is your vision, purpose, and plan, and your ability to communicate that to her definitely need to be a baseline. Where are you? Because what women want to know, and from what I've learned from women, is where are you going? They need to know and understand that they can be protected and secured by you, and that you have a plan in place. So first thing first, and even if the plan is just a makeshift plan, make sure you have a plan in place, then have the ability to communicate that with her. So, and also when she begins to have kids, you got to have a plan for that, just to say, if we have kids, this is what we're going to do. Because I see a lot of relationships fail because the guy just simply say, I got you. The women don't want to hear I got you. They want to know how that happens. So that's why it always boils down to communication. So for black love, it starts with communication about culture, about presence, and where you're going and how you want your family to be. And then can you help your community? Because all of this can't be black love if you're just doing it for yourself.
Okay.
That doesn't compute with me.
What doesn't compute?
I hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, but it's just not
because you asked me this question that I'm trying to generalize for kids, right? But to be honest, if I'm sitting down, we sitting down and have a conversation with one couple. I'm trying to answer your question to the best of my ability for the example you gave me.
Yeah, we're not beating you up. We're just trying to figure out and define, trying to get a grasp of what this thing Toya brought up as far as black love. What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it contingent upon? Like something rock steady that we can use as as far as the language. Because in your case, you got your own, your own and specific relationship with its nuance and so on. But as far as what the definition, like you said, you would tell men what black love is basically to have a plan of action for your relationship and how you're gonna make sure she's never scared of not being covered and protected. I'm not sure I would say that's black love,
Yeah. Because to be honest, for me to answer that, I married a black woman, right? So I'm be transparent. I had to marry a black woman. I dated outside of my race all the time, it wasn't the thing for me. I needed a black woman just to be on my side.
What
I
do you
have no
mean?
problem.
What do you mean it wasn't the thing? What do you mean?
Just for the nuances of dealing with from, like you said, from the
Different
cultural,
culture, right? Okay,
yeah, the different
yeah.
culture, and for me coming from, because I really had to work on myself and not be hood. So even with me being in sales right now, it's still a struggle for me to sell outside of my community. So even with me having a C-suite title, I know I have to really go in there and turn it on. I really have to code switch. Code switching is a real thing for me. So saying that, I needed to have the ability, once I step inside my house, to shut down and be the black man from North Florida, from a majority 90% black county that was downcharged, and understand what the world is. So that's why I had to marry a black woman, because I need to have that ability to turn to code switch off.
I get you.
But at the same time, trying
Okay,
to
wait a minute.
define
What's
black
the
love.
most loving thing? What is the most loving thing that a black woman has ever done for you, to where you were overwhelmed with it?
For your wife,
My wife.
Since why?
right?
What?
Yeah, the love. I ain't talking about y'all get down. Y'all gonna have your relationship, nigga.
No.
What the fuck? Nah, cuz. You know what I'm saying? Let's say
Wait a minute,
she
dog.
had
What are you talking
something
about
nice
right now?
for
Who are
you.
you talking to? Who are you talking
The
to?
night,
I just said my wife.
No, he
the
said,
night.
what is the act? What's the act that your wife or any black woman, what's the most loving act that a woman has exchanged with you? Is what I think
Like
he's
I
saying.
said, just like I said, when I said one thing, right? When I come home, because I usually don't change. I usually come home, I'm still inside my suit. I lay on the couch and go to sleep. The most loving thing that my wife ever does is when she comes home from work, or she comes home after me. She comes home and the first thing that she does is take my socks off and goes inside the room and brings me changing clothes. And if I don't feel like changing, she'll take my pants off for me and help me put on my. And then she goes inside there and cook. It's not nothing big. It's not nothing that's extravagant. It's just the day-to-day things that she do to express to me that she's here for me. Is when I'm having a hard day, and I come home and she see that stress on my look. First thing that she does is she takes our sectional couch, sits down, rolls out the recliner, puts my head inside her lap, and rolls my head as I decompress for about 30 minutes to an hour and go to sleep. And then she can get up in there and go to cook.
So what are you doing to reciprocate that?
Bro, I do every day. I got something that I actually taught on my channel called the 4 A's. And it's the act of getting women to be a little bit more compatible and malleable to you. It's called ask. It's called
No. What do you do for her? Not other
Yes,
things. What
that's
do you
I'm
do
getting
for
into
her?
it. I'm trying to get into it. I'm trying to show you all something while I'm telling you
I get these
what I'm
bitches
doing.
game for my woman.
Yeah.
Like this.
I mean, because remember, you're talking to you're talking to somebody who's been down this road. Okay, that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I'm trying to pick out from you the pieces that I find value in.
Okay, and that's what I was getting to, because BGS called me up on this and he ran this by everybody and he said that this is legit. So I'm trying to give this to you because it's something that I perfected inside my marriage.
Okay, so what's the 4 A's?
Okay, so the first thing that you do is attention. First thing that you do is when she walks inside the door, even though she's taking off my shoes and all of the stuff, I go to a question about her, and I just don't do the ordinary question. I don't ask, how was your day? I change it up every day. I say, babe, I said, babe, what was the most exciting thing that happened to you today? And all this happens within 5 minutes, right? It's a literally instantaneous thing that I do throughout the day. So I want to put that out there. Next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to ask her for something. It's always a small ask. It's never anything big, and I can come back to why you asked versus the next two. The next thing that you're going to do after that small ask, you're going to give her appreciation and you're going to give her affection. And this is something that happens within 5 minutes. Hey, babe, what was the highlight of your day? She takes her shoes off. Hey, babe, can you go get me some water? Sure, babe, I got you. She's coming back in. Oh, babe, then she gives me the water. Oh, babe, thank you so much for the water. Grab on the ass, because I always grab on the ass. I grab on the ass. Kiss on the cheek. Oh, I got a small waist and big ass, so I want to make sure I appreciate that, right? So, but see, now I've done something, right? So, and let me explain what I've done. First thing they want to do is women want to talk. So I gave her the opportunity to talk. She didn't have to just come in. I made it a safe place for her to talk about her day. Then, so the most important thing I done was ask a question, ask her to do something for me. And the reason why that's always the most important thing, it's always a small ask, because you want to get women inside while they're actually, while she's decompressing on me and giving me her day, I'm now putting her inside a nurturing phase, even though she was already there with taking off my shoes. I've actually made a request. So now she's going to even be more involved inside talking and getting into me. And then after I made the request and she comes back, I show affirmation of thank you, which a lot of, well, that's neither here nor there. It's by saying thank you, and I show her affection. So after all that happens, and this literally happens in between like 2 or 3 minutes or 5 minutes, I do this multiple times throughout the day. It could happen 6, 7, 8 times a day. I'm always asking my wife for small things, but always showing appreciation, gratitude, and affection, because now I'm putting her in a state of understanding that she's going to always be appreciated, and it always comes inside gratitude, and it always comes to let her know that she is adored, and I think she's sexy as hell, which is what she needs to know every day. So, and that's a constant reinforcement, 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day, to the day to where it's when there is a time that she doesn't walk inside the door, I don't kiss her on the cheek and grab her butt, because once again, I want to make sure that she knows that she. Yeah,
Sound
yes,
like
sir.
ritual.
Yeah.
Sound like ritual.
Yes, it is.
And I have to say thank you for saying that, because we all like our asses grabbed. So shout out to you for that. And I also want to give you your flowers for making C-suite past your life. I didn't get a chance to interject earlier when you said that, but I want to give you your shout out and your flowers for that, because that's a big deal.
Yeah, congrats.
What did you say?
I have to step away for a second. I want you guys to keep talking, but I literally have to leave the house and go pick up something. So,
Well,
compassionate,
it's all good.
be able to handle the controls while I'm gone.
Yeah, absolutely. I got you.
Okay, I just sent you a team invite.
All right, you emailed it.
Yeah.
All right, yep. I'll open it. I got you. Don't trip.
Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. Please keep the
Yeah.
conversation going.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a lot of emotional labor. I will say that, but
No,
it sounds
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's nowhere near emotional labor.
compared to her taking your socks off and rubbing your head. That's definitely a lot.
Because I'm sitting here thinking, like, what happens when she comes home after a bad day?
Right.
Once again, you leave it open for. Once again, you leave it open. You got to make the same way you want to feel comfortable inside your relationship. She got to feel the same way. So you leave it open. You and me being inside sales, I can tell you, you don't have to hear everything that she says. You have to hear the last 3 seconds. And
Hold on,
Whoa, that ain't right, bro. That ain't right.
Come on, man, look at Joe, bro. Come on, let's get this. Come on, man. Come on.
So
Because-
you
Go
must
ahead.
be freshly married. You must have been married every bit of 6 months now. How
No,
long
bro,
you been married?
we've been married for 8 years. No, bro, we've been together since 2012. We've been together since 2012. I got married 2 years after that.
Right.
Okay.
So you've been married.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna keep it real because it sounds kind of cultish.
Yes, it does.
Whatever you
It
want
sounds
to say,
fucking
it is.
cultish. It sounds culty.
You sound single,
culty.
and you've been single for a very long time, and that's for a reason. Because see, being in a marriage, there's always going to be give and take, and you can't expect for you just to always be the taker. You got to understand.
No,
You got to understand.
Look at how we talking about this now. We started off talking about love, dog. You didn't came to this motherfucker, turned into a seminar.
Oh hell yeah! Because this is what I do. This is what I do, bro.
Follow my program, and I can fix your business,
bro.
Yeah,
No, but
This
it's cool. I would just
Where the
want to hear.
pamphlet at, nigga?
Where's the?
So you better rocking. Hey, go to Man Media TV and YouTube for more info.
That's what I said, bro. You sound like a car salesman.
That's what I'm saying. I would be interested to hear what the downside. What was the struggle of cultivating?
Yes.
What do you run into? Because if y'all both ADOS, black people, I'm waiting to hear where the the tangle of pathology gonna come in, because it got to be there somewhere.
It's there.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Our culture, black culture, black culture between men and women, it's a particular way. Especially the men have to posture for us to have functional or so-called functional relationships. But I'm trying to figure out, you saying you done found the sauce, you done found your one, y'all 8 years strong. Congratulations. I just want to hear how did you work up to this? What down pitfalls did you find? Was she always just on the program and cool with everything and was never right?
Yeah, no. Just like I said, I was going to talk about sex before I got cut off, and how we dealt with that.
But you do talk a lot. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
He a salesman. He a salesman. You know you got to talk.
Yeah, but I was on YouTube, so we get paid to talk. But talking on your own is hard, because doing my own show is like extremely difficult. Side story. But the hard part was, once again, with her coming up inside a black family with a black mother and all those other things, is to understand what it was to be a man inside a relationship. And what I was about to say was, inside that situation, I had to explain to her, I can go get everything else in the world, but I can only get sex from you if you want this marriage to actually last. So saying that, you got to understand that it will never be you withholding sex or anything else like this. So you have to understand that we got to work through this problem. And that was a big problem for about 2 to 3 years inside our marriage. After the 5th year, not marriage, inside our relationship, because we were together for 2 years before that. So about the third year of our marriage, the sex went from like 5-6 times a week down to about 2 times or 1 time a week. So we had to really sit down and have a conversation about how that looked.
Bro. You swiftly get into the motherfucking graph of shit. Check it out, cuz.
Yeah.
You can't deliver that as the factors of identifying healthy social bonds and relations to children. You can't give them
Where
the
did
graph.
children come from? What did he actually?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. I'm not buying your Mercury, dog. Calm down, cuz. You
I'm
good,
not trying
nigga.
to sell you Mercury. Go. Who is the guy that asked me about the downfall of my marriage?
Yeah, that was
Who
me.
the guy that
That
asked
was
me about the
compassionate
downside of
child.
my marriage?
That was
He
me.
asked me about the downside of my marriage, right? Is that not the question? I was setting up the situation to talk about the downside of my marriage.
Okay, could you just not set up so much and just get to the point?
Man, y'all are, I almost said something. So the point of the story is, we ran into a problem with sex about 5 years in. We had to have a conversation about how that looks, and then we had to develop a plan to make sure that we didn't get inside that situation again.
Got you.
Got to the point.
So that was the biggest downfall? That was the biggest hurdle?
Sure, yeah.
But that's a small hurdle.
Yeah, that seemed like a conversation away. Yeah.
No, it's not, because many men get divorced because of sex.
I mean, but look, I got 22 years under my belt at this, and I've also been through the 10-year hump, and you haven't gotten to that 10-year hump yet. And so that's one of the reasons why.
We've been together since 2012.
Dude, you said
Well,
you were
being
married
married is something different.
Yes.
I've been married and divorced. Me and my wife were together for 8 years before we got married.
Right. So you had
2014, 2015.
So you got this patented you got your patented quadruple A strategy and so on. But your leadership wasn't ever your plan, because like you said, you make less than her, she makes more. When you came to her with the plan, you had obviously, I'm sure she probably said cool, but from that point on, she just accepted the plan and followed the plan perfectly and didn't question your leadership, didn't question your earning ability, didn't question nothing.
No.
Man,
can I cut in for just a second?
Yeah, keep her
I'm
in.
your collar every time you wake up, dog.
Yeah, keep her.
No.
Yeah, she's unbelievable.
Yeah,
literally.
that's unbelievable. Is she from the islands or something? She can't be ADOS.
Oh, she's from ADOS.
Okay. We outstanding, black man. Outstanding.
Bro, you only need one. Now, You only
I
need
wonder what
one.
she
Two
got to
at
say about all
top,
this.
He's right.
you only need one. Two at top.
That's what we need to hear. We need to hear her version.
We need to hear her. Yeah.
Oh, bro. Oh, hold on a second. If you want to hear what my wife had to say, I actually did 2 lives with my wife.
Oh, okay.
Literally go back in time.
All right.
I drop them inside the back chat. I did 2 lives with my wife.
So what's the secret, bro? What's the secret? Because you clearly you sound like you found it. What's the secret? Outside your 4 A's and that's hella emotional labor, but I give you that. Maybe you getting something for it. Maybe
and you ain't got no children yet either, so that's a dynamic you ain't faced yet.
That too, right? That too. So what would you say is the key? You saying communication, laying this out clearly?
Yeah, because that communication thing is like if the other person don't want to communicate with you, you might as well be talking to a wall. And women do get that way, you know that.
Absolutely.
I would say this: the communication piece is probably one of the most important in terms of being inside a marriage.
I agree with that.
I knew when my marriage was over by the simple fact that me and my wife, ex-wife at the time, we got to a point where we were living together, but we did not talk for 2 weeks. We were still having sex during that point in time, which was, looking back, was crazy.
Right.
Not even saying, when I say did not say anything, the only person we talked to was our son.
Damn.
I didn't directly speak to her. She did not directly speak to me. Fucking somebody you don't even want to say hello to was like,
and it wasn't nothing wrong specifically.
Sounds perfect.
It was just but it wasn't nothing wrong. Y'all wasn't mad at each other. Y'all just weren't speaking.
We were burnt out because we had then went through so much. And to kind of contextualize things a little bit with what brother's been talking about, their love, English kind of does us a disservice with the word love, because love has different contexts. And when you say Black love, that's more of a communal and social context to it, not so much the eros and romantic sense, which in the romantic sense, I do agree. For the most part, everybody does have to define their relationship and find what works for them. But and kind of to bring it back to with my situation, with that communication piece of it, she and I had went through so many ups and downs, and she used counseling as a bludgeon. And it became one of those things to where our counselors called her out on it. She didn't want to go to the counselors anymore. And at that point, she said, fuck it. And at that point, I'm like, hey, look, I just want you to act right. This shit ain't that damn complicated. Either you go act right or you ain't.
Right. And I think that's where the real communication is. The communication is when you get to that point where you're like, all right, clearly this ain't a conversation or counseling away, but clearly we obviously got different world views about some shit. Because if the counselors can't help us mediate, and we can't have just, intellectual discussion about how we feel about this, it's a worldview issue.
By the time you get to counselors, it's already done for me. So it's just like, you want to go see a counselor? Go by your damn self, and your shit will be packed when you get back.
I'll say this when it comes to counseling. If you wait until the very moment that some stuff starts getting bumpy and you seeking out a counselor, you fucked. My one piece of advice would be, if you are married, just beginning marriage, thinking about marriage, you probably need to have a sit down and pick somebody that can serve as a counselor for you when things are good. Nobody thinks about their car maintenance when everything is running. With that check engine light come on, that motherfucker don't start up. That's when you want the mechanic. And if y'all arguing over who's the mechanic, then you fucked.
Yeah. My only pushback to that is that human relationships don't generally require prerequisites. And yet somehow even though humans haven't changed that much, at this end of history, we've made our lives so complicated that we're now requiring these prescriptions for what we do naturally. I think one of the problems that we have in our relationships is that we keep overcomplicating it.
That's exactly what it is. Everybody's out of their role. And when the woman's, this is the issue, when the woman's not within her role, then your roots are not going to be within her role.
Right.
And if our women are, or if they're not our women, people say they're not your women. All right, then, well, I think they're trying to be sabotaged specifically so that we don't benefit out of them. You know what I'm saying, by others, but nobody want to point that finger. Um, if your woman is out of order, then she's out of order. You have to interact with her to the point to where she's in order. If not, then that means that you have a spoilage of women. Like that old woman said, it's the women's that gone bad. It's just the women's.
So
You gotta acknowledge if your culture now has a spoilage of women. And if that's the case, that's the case. Now, it doesn't have to remain that. You know, you can put forth whatever efforts to see if there's something to preserve or whatever. But now we get right back to the whole issue of what started it. What is believed to be the culture of the people and the people's cultural understanding of themselves, so that they could possibly adjust something, shift something, add on something. You know?
Right.
So that's a great point. And I don't, to Dead Set's point, I don't necessarily disagree per se, but we've always had certain types of conflict mediation points. And even to, there was a panel, it might have been on Toya's a couple weeks ago, where Uru talked about what him and his wife went through and how he said, like, yo, was I wilding? Yeah, she got tired of me, but at the end of the day, her family took care of her. I let her grandma know what was going on. They dealt with her. You know what I'm saying? So,
which is a totally different dynamic.
Yeah, and that right there is what I would call Black love, because the culture is now intervening in the relationship
on your behalf, right?
Exactly.
And that's the thing. We've lost a lot of that, because in order for that to be successful, somebody has to be able to tell you something. And if nobody can tell you anything, first of all, that's red flag number one for me. I ain't going past go, but if you didn't somehow notice that before, like you pretty much fucked, because I mean, you walk right off a cliff. You can't tell nobody nothing.
Let alone tell how do you play your role of loving guidance of the family. You know what I'm saying? It's like I noticed in my relationships, they always think that you're giving commands, and it's like, well, look, everything is not a command. You know, some things is just, I need you to do this for things to flow with the direction that I'm taking this shit. And no, it don't require no motherfucking talk back. It requires action. Like if it was up to me, in whatever position I'm playing, I'm acting. Boom, there you go. It's as sharp as any well-refined machine. But
and see, go ahead. My bad.
When it comes, but through feminism, shout out to the coldest form of pimping in the history of all existence. It changes all natural resonance and all natural frequencies and all natural placements within women to whatever the distortion is that that they set it at, and then they have to distort everything that's connected to them to fit this new ideal of strength. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, wait a minute, none of it's natural, right? None of it is natural, and it's actually going to destroy that which you're trying to connect to in I guess in a nourishing factor, but they won't listen. So it's like, all right, then, well, one, then again, don't hate the player, play the game. That's not your woman. You've been knocked of this woman. Figuratively, if you can say that.
And see, that's what I bring into my relationship, though.
Yeah, I think. Do you try to knock her back, or do you let her go with whoever it was that knocked her?
I'm not against being confrontational in the sense, and like in my relationship now, like that, like what you just brought up, Rogish. Like you said, you said following everything is not a command. You don't have to. Right. You basically try to soften the blow of a command. Like I don't want you to feel like you don't have agency and blah blah blah. You know how we do, because we're so emotionally intelligent to our fault. But that's where I'm at now. With my girl, that's who I've actually brought up. See, that's a problem, that you don't want to take commands, that you actually feel some insecurity around taking the commands of somebody who you consider somebody's supposed to provide and protect you. And that's where we have those type of difficult conversations where I am confrontational, like to Better You's point, when it's not no argument. when it's not no problem necessarily, but I don't shy. I make sure I don't shy away from, as much as I know it makes her uncomfortable and sometimes makes me uncomfortable, those type of like holding that mirror directly up and making them decide, like, you're going to be dysfunctional or what. If you're going to be dysfunctional, let me know, because it's not really no reality where I'm going to be with a woman who don't like taking my orders. It's like it's like being a general of a battalion, and some of your first officers low key don't like taking your orders. Like, you wouldn't tolerate that in no capacity. So I think definitely part of relationships is definitely being cool with conflict, especially as men, being cool with conflict. Because I think a lot of times you get to a point where you need counseling is because you didn't have those confrontational moments, calling yourself trying to, keep the peace or relate, which I think confrontation is part of relating. I think pointing out the flaws in each other's face, and not only when it's an argument, is part of a relationship, especially.
It's true.
Yeah.
That's part of where I feel modern society has failed us, because like you don't get the chance to actually resolve things anymore, especially on an interpersonal sense between a lot of men and women, because people are having a lot fewer kids and things like that. A lot of kids don't really grow up with that same type of proximity that, I'm kind of assuming everybody's near or close to my age cohort. I'm like in my mid 30s. There was a certain closeness, like even if you weren't romantically interested in somebody, like you had a homegirl, you had some girl cousins, if not a sister, that you truly could talk to. Y'all had it out. Y'all probably fought over different things, and through that you understood conflict and conflict resolution. And I feel that on the female side, especially because of the way everything has devolved, like if a perfect example, there was one chick I was dating. I went with her family on like a reunion. We just Googled like a night spot. We go there. And I noticed like the environment, I'm very comfortable with certain things, but there's certain things I don't want to be in, especially being out and being naked. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here to have a good time. I'm thinking like, jazz lounge, we kick back. I start seeing certain things that, okay, Spidey senses on alert. Not time to go just yet, but be aware. And I see certain things. I'm like, hey, we need to go. Well, we only been here like an hour. We paid such and such. We need to go. Well, I don't want to leave. And I said, I was like, B, if you don't shut the F up, we need to go right fucking now.
Now that's when I leave her ass there.
Well, she my ride.
Oh.
You
she drove. But getting back in the car and everything, it's like, she's like, yo, she going off. I'm like, yo, if I ever tell you something, I'm not the type of person that's controlling your every move. It should automatically go off in your head. Dre don't normally talk like this. If he telling me we need to move, we need to move. She's like, what's going on? I'm like, I see a bunch of niggas mugging each other. A couple of them got guns on their hip. Yeah, we need to get the fuck up out of here.
Right, yeah.
I ain't from here. I don't know what the fuck's going on, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
But see, better you, I think we got to recognize, like you said it, you just said it. You said, I'm not the type to always want you to, try to control you. But see, like, we got to remember, like, following orders is not a light switch. Like, when you, like you said, like, essentially the math you said in your head, well, I don't normally say, hey, Joe, we finna leave right now. So maybe you should think, and you expect her to say, okay, well, I'm not recognizing this pattern, so let me act differently. But really, that's not really how, especially women, especially our women, really operate. I've realized that we can't actually leave the room for it, because again, we try to be so honorable as men. We actually do that old adage of treat people how you would want to be treated, like with our women. We literally, and even in our leadership of them, we let them know, I'm not being bossy. I'm not, I don't control you. I let you do whatever you want, but I want you to do this right now. and then it doesn't get done, or it's some lip behind it, and then we kind of confused. They're like, okay, why isn't she? Why she just
Well,
not?
no, that's you're the thing is that's what being a good person is. You know what I'm saying? The golden rule is always the best rule for humans. First and foremost, objective, no matter what. Then once that's done, then you come with the thunder. Bitch, I ain't playing.
That's
Wait a
right.
minute. What you think? What do you think this
Yeah, that must be.
this is?
Well, I'm
You
sorry.
already get the respect. I think if I still need it done, I'm gonna intensify, the intensity, and you get what the fuck you
But
get.
Rogish, let me ask you this: does the golden rule apply in matters of power?
Yes, yes, it does.
Does it?
It's supposed to. It's supposed to, or
It's
else you'll
supposed
destroy
to,
one
but does
another.
it?
Yeah, no,
I think
actually,
there's
it
a
does. I think it does because of the fact that
Okay.
let's say I have power,
Mm-hmm.
and so if I have power and I'm projecting that power, or if I'm distributing that power,
Mm-hmm.
I expect your ass to obey. Because the reason is I got that power probably obeying somebody else. I mean,
Okay. I can hear. So, but okay, in the maintenance of that power, is the
okay,
golden rule appropriate? Can you
yes.
maintain the power with the
In the
golden rule?
maintenance, yes, I think the golden rule is universal for a reason. Because whether you're talking about the Bible or whether you're talking about Confucius or Buddhism or anything like that, the golden rule exists. And so there's a lot of wisdom that goes behind it, because we all know what happens when it comes to tyranny. Tyranny is not the golden rule. But when it comes to like something like a benevolent dictatorship, my favorite type of government, of course, you can drive that shit for thousands of years.
Okay, so that's it. Say you're vying for power with a tyrant, or someone that could be potentially a tyrant. Anybody could be a tyrant. You can be cool one moment and then become a tyrant. How can you deploy? Can you just have that as a baseline ethos, the golden rule, in that dynamic, in the struggle for power between someone who wants power just as much as you? They're not necessarily willing to cede power.
Okay.
Can you?
And we're struggling over the same piece of power, you mean?
Yes, we're struggling over power. There's power to be had, and then some other individual wanders up.
Okay.
And it's not clear that they are willing to just submit to you.
Right.
So you have to assume that, okay, maybe they want power too. Can you deploy the golden rule in that case, that someone's vying for power?
Yeah. Because what you're expecting at the end of the day, you're expecting violence from that person because you understand that situation. So you better be ready to give it.
Okay.
So the golden rule fits nearly all the situations, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you're looking at the golden rule as something a bit static. And I'm saying that the golden rule is dynamic.
Okay. I'm trying, but I'm really just trying to map it, because you're saying what I asked Rogue is it can you just have the golden rule as a baseline ethos in your interaction with the environment and every individual within that environment, and and actually still succeed? You could have the golden rule and be getting fucked constantly.
Well, no, wait, nobody's saying to employ the golden rule as an act of passivism, or something like that. No, it's just like in hip hop, why we say peace, cuz. You feel me? You approach saying peace. That has become a character of I guess nobility and respect, you know what I'm saying, of your people, of your culture. It is a sign. It is a sign of
I could dig that. You
feel me? Yes,
because I can dig that in this sense, because in game theory, game theory dictates that what they found is the best approach is to arrive in good faith. It's to start the interaction with good faith. To your point, treat people like you would want to be treated, basically. Soon as you're violated, you throw away treating people how you want to be treated, and you retaliate.
Well, no, it's not that. No, it's not that you retaliate. The thing is, you are supposed to, I assume that I am one of character that ain't to be motherfucking disrespected, because I don't approach with it. It's not in my intent.
You didn't give it. Right.
They're going to read nothing of that from me, and it's not even in any hidden intention. So when they go past that, and what I value that as, and elements and the factors and everything that's connected to that part of my character, you're not just offending me. You're offending, you know what I'm saying? You're offending my bloodline. You're offending my lineage. You're offending everything. So that's the response that you're going to get. Not just that, okay, you choose not to treat me the way I treat you. You got to understand what the hell it is I'm representing when I arrive.
No, right.
And so,
yeah.
I'm
Your
assuming that the
indignation
other
is
person
righteous,
is
right?
upset.
I get you, right? And I'm not saying, I was just illustrating what game theorists say in terms of the strategy, in terms of competition, is what they found is the most effective strategy. I'm not saying what it should be, or what we should do. I'm just saying game theorists say you approach in good faith. Once that other party violates that good faith, you retaliate with vicious ruthlessness, and then you go back to being in good faith until they violate you again.
In good faith. No, you never lose good faith. The thing is, now this is where the natural hierarchy come in with things, right? This is where that natural savagery comes in. This is where the natural, the friction and all that. Look, things do survive in this reality by consuming other things alive. So that's the fucking baseline standard, okay?
Right.
The civility, the golden rule, this is one flexing their humanity.
Okay.
We can be savage. Anybody can be savage. It ain't nothing wrong with being savage. It's just that, we have now, brought ourselves into sophisticated matters to where, all right, we don't need to execute that level of savagery or whatever. We can be so-called better people. And if one oversteps that, then they get to act right. As okay, you don't want that, then the savage is always there. That's not to be judged wrong or immorally or nothing like that. Shit. Everybody
I
eat.
get
B,
that.
what's up? Can we eat together? We can't eat together. I still need to eat, motherfucker. What's up?
Why I went on this segue and asked these type of questions, relating it back to relationships and to the power dynamic, and to like Better You's story, and to your story, like you said, actually trying to relate or discuss and have those conversations about the power dynamic and how we as men want the dynamic to go. What I'm noticing within all of us, not on the panel necessarily, but just as a cultural motif, is Black men are very fair men, very honorable men to the golden. We seem to treat our partners in relationships, at least. We might not treat other Black men like this, ironically, but we'll treat our counterparts, female counterparts in relationships, in a very fair golden rule type manner, even in our leadership.
I think we give them too much rope.
That's basically what I'm getting at, because I don't really see the stick. I hypothetically, the stick is there, like we're saying, yeah, we'll cuss them out and say, bitch, come on, get in the car, you tweaking. But it's again, to my original statement, I think that we're much too honorable all the time, even after we're violated. Because even Better You said in the car after she was going off from him giving her a direct order, one of his points was, I don't rule with an iron fist, bitch. You should be grateful that I don't rule with an iron fist, and appreciate it and follow my lead when I tell you to do something. But see, go ahead. What's up?
And I was going to interject this. And even with that, because, the first thing, why don't you tell me what? It's like, yo, I know you and your personality. Like, there's a personal dynamic to power. I know if I tell you, hey, we need to go, there's some niggas with guns in here, let some shit go down, she'll get hysterical. She ain't from that type of environment. She ain't used to that type of shit.
Hold on for clarity, Better You, because I don't know if I heard you. So you saying basically her in the car, she was asking, well, you could have explained to me why you was giving me the order. Is that basically what she was saying?
Yeah, because before I told her what was going on.
Right.
She's like, yo, well, you know what I'm saying? You just telling me we need to go. Like, you could have said what? I said, honey, if I told you there's motherfuckers in here, like they about to start shooting the fuck you. Oh my God.
Right.
Exactly. Now you in the middle of
What happens when that explanation is a matter of life and death?
Exactly. And that's where I say not to critique your argument with your girl, bro. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying.
Oh no, you good. I just wanted to interject that for clarity.
Yeah, no, definitely. But see, that's where I think, because I would have told her, I don't fucking have to explain orders to you. If I gotta explain orders to you, you off counting, you violating right there. The fact that basically telling me you don't like taking orders because you want the orders explained. My boss don't explain to me why I'm doing everything at work that he told me to do. And I don't think we don't take that position enough because it's like a false premise. It's not reasonable for you to expect me to explain to you these niggas got gun. I just saw a gun in dude waist. I'm not whispering all that shit in your ear and debating about it in the midst of the danger, obviously. But again, I think we try to be, because I guess we look at it like we don't want nobody ordering us around, so we shouldn't order our girl around with no explanation. And I think that's weaponized. That's nice. We're nice as hell for that, but that's weaponized against us. That's my only point.
Yeah, and see, the worst people that I worked for, like when I had a boss, was number one is they were indecisive or they beat around the bush. And I'm like, look, dude, just tell me what you want.
Right.
Because I am here to do a job, so I'm not going to argue about it. I'm just going to say okay and then get to it.
Right.
And well, granted, I work for myself nowadays, but it was a pet peeve of mine because, like, since I've been in the military, it's been the same. It's like, look, that's why I learned. It's like, tell me what you want. Just keep it plain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Private, I need you to go do this, that, and the third. I'm like, oh yeah, Sergeant, I'm going to do it. Because if you don't do it, you're going to get your ass kicked.
That's proper chain of command. If there's real work to do, that's how you do it. If there's real work to do. And also she understands, she should have the understanding with that type of situation awareness. Like you said, you want the type of cat to be like, all right, well, look, go ahead and do it. Go, go, go. The thing is, I don't think they understand how to prep themselves to receive one who is really with them.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
cultural.
I think,
right.
Yeah, well, it's cookie cutter cat, dude. You feel me? Any nigga fits, and it's like, well, wait a minute. How was? And that's something I was asking my ex-wife, and she said, I want to get married, this and that. We first got together and all this, and had the wedding all planned out. I'm like, how many motherfuckers have you told this to? And this type of cut of a ring, and what do I fit in other than provide this and just, you know what I'm saying, be the groom in this situation? No, and that's what the fuck. No, it almost sounds like as transactional as what homie was presenting earlier with the APR finance hoes and shit. You feel me?
I don't know if it's so much that we don't want to come across wielding power a particular way. I know for myself, I'm the type of person, if I say something, first of all, if I'm telling you to do something, I have faith that you can do it. I'm not the type of person that keeps following up. So like, if I say, hey, yo, look, hey, baby, I need you to go and make sure you take these things to the cleaners and get there before 3 so it can be ready in 2 days. I expect that's just gonna be handled. Now, if the shit ain't handled, that's a whole different thing. Like, I have that faith up front that whenever I'm asking something, that it can be done. And if I have questions about it, I'm gonna ask those questions right then and there. And I feel like for myself, the reason I'm not so high key, one, I'm not outside of competition. I'm not a super intense person. And I feel like sometimes that's a little bit of a detriment because I've had some folks, when they actually cross that line to activate it, it's like, oh, you a different nigga. I'm like, nah, I don't play with my shit.
Right.
You start playing with my shit, you got to see a different nigga. But I feel more so for me is I actually have that faith in whoever I'm talking to that they can do whatever I'm asking. And if they don't, then that's when we have to change. I got to change demeanor. Like, I need this done. And I need this done by a particular time. And in that case, it's like, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. I don't give a damn if I got to drag you out this goddamn club. Like, we going home.
That's the reason why I always drove when I had a car.
So you can control the
Hell
exit,
yeah.
give you the getaway drive.
And look, that's why I had the power to just leave their asses there. And I exercised that. I never exercised it with my wives because my wives never got out of pocket like that. But the girls that I was dating, shit, man, they learned quickly. And we out somewhere and you getting out of pocket, you getting left. I ain't saying nothing. I was like, I ain't got to put up with this shit.
Yeah, we took her shit because she had the SUV. I was driving a sedan at the time. I was like,
man, don't
Wait,
you
now,
know
now you know better. You now you know. Always drive.
I'm an SUV brother now. Hey,
exactly. You learned that lesson. Exactly.
No, I had a coupe.
Oh, damn. Getting up out of there in the cool.
Nah, damn right.
Though. No, but you said something earlier. I think it was better to the black love piece. I think black love essentially, if we could look at a general definition of it, it essentially is kind of pro-black. It's kind of just like black people partnering. It's really not more specific than that. It's not like no lovey-dovey or.
I think it's a bit more specific.
What would you say?
Because black love, in my definition, since we're talking about culture, black love, well, the culture informs the male and the female on what their roles are in the relationship in the first place.
Right.
So that when we're talking about black love, just like if you're talking about something simple, how the Israelites defined marriage in the Old Testament, that is a perfect example of Hebrew love. It's the culture informed what their roles were going to be and how they would work together in certain situations. I mean, we can go to Proverbs 31 and there's a whole chapter on that shit. So
what would you say to gynocracies? What does the gynocracy look like? What is a black love?
Oh, well, there ain't no black love anymore because we have a gynocracy.
Basically, okay,
right. So
the matriarchy. Before that, it was the matriarchy. So, what did the matriarchal black love look like? You said the Jew. They have a illustration of it. What's ours? Right. What's the matriarchy?
We don't have one because our culture we weren't free enough with enough enemies out there enough to really define it. So our vision of love is the white vision of love because that's who we are.
You beating around the okay.
And that shit don't work for us because they had patriarchy, we didn't. So it don't map onto us quite
basically well. Right. We just got an archetype of love that we map in with black folks. Right. Okay. Which is problematic, but yeah.
That's problem. So yeah, we need time to define what that shit was. I mean, we were getting there too, because apparently, like in the music and the way we used to sing to each other, the whole Black Power shit back in the 1970s, we were definitely getting there.
Yep. But I think 90s would have been our culmination if we were molested the whole of that time. Like the way that hip hop stick out at that time to people. Yeah, that would have been the full culmination, and that still would have been a short period of time, I think. But yeah, we would have. Yeah, bro, we would have. We can you imagine? No,
I actually can't.
I mean, you know what I mean?
That's the crazy part.
Can you? I mean, the things like the self-destruction movement and in the same game. Can you imagine if those were permitted to become cultural staples just within Black culture? Because it wasn't just had nothing just to do with music. We were closely tied into our music as being our culture, not just music or whatever. Because I say all the time, Black people don't make music; we just put our life to wax. We were still connected to everything from us like that, and that's again, that's why I say I think that we're dealing with. Hence why I'm supremacist, right? I think we're dealing with some closet inferiority, on behalf of others. And that's the way that we should carry it, but nobody like making those kind of enemies.
But think about this. Think about this, Rogish. What were you talking about 90s? And we're talking about our generation and those of us. Well, I don't know. How old are you, Rogish? Anyway, 45. My generation. Okay, 45. You're close enough. We're Jim Crow adjacent generation. So we carry what our parents went through. So it was easy for us. After the 90s, things began to fall off. And the next generation, which were the millennials, they weren't thinking about a lot of that shit. They was like, I don't care about none of this
Right.
shit.
Right. That's back then. That's back there.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it wasn't even.
But the point is that we were right next to the generation who had that direct struggle, and as we get further and further from that struggle, and the illusion of liberty gets into the minds of these young folks, it's just like, dude, y'all fell off so bad that y'all don't even know where y'all fell from.
Yeah.
The cliff right there,
Yeah.
by the way.
And only looking for the carrot, and it's like, well, look, you don't even mind that it's a jackass that's play about that. They don't give a damn. They're like, look, I'm finna eat, man. Shit, you have. I think that's the chase the bag. I think that's the chase the bag culture.
Yeah.
I think like they don't understand where they're supposed to fit in value. In lieu of the system that tells them to chase this as your value, and I think whatever window that we had of establishing a cemented, self-defined worth of ourselves, I think you can see within these later generations that that's done. It didn't happen when it was supposed to happen due to not just apathy or lack of interest or sabotage, just all of that. But I think we had whatever people that we could have made of ourselves. I think we lost that, around that time because it was sabotage. I mean, shit, we wouldn't have been nothing except the greatest American.
Millennials actually lost the ability to self-actualize, because you actually find that, like you said, that kind of you find that definition of blackness and yourself and how you relate to the group through a group.
Yep.
And I'm a millennial, and millennials, and I'm a product. My parents divorced when I was 2, so I never saw them as a family, us as a family. So we like basically neoliberal babies. Like we're not seeking our what it means to be us in relation to our race or our group. We're trying to find what it means to just be us as the subject, like, which is where all the propensity towards instant gratification and shit come from, because we're not rooted in any real culture that you would be passed down by your family or some larger in group. We're a bunch of mercenaries.
Y'all minorities. Y'all not black. Y'all minorities.
Well, I think that there's a couple things to keep in mind when it comes to millennials in our generation. CC, we're the first generation that didn't have a parent in the home as the majority. Like a lot of us were latchkey kids.
Yep.
Before that, there was mom, grandma. If your parents was really working, like a auntie or uncle house you went to after school. Like I didn't, I didn't go home to anybody. Like I had a key. I lost some motherfucker. I was SOL till 7 o'clock. My mom got home.
Yeah.
And
I've never been to a family reunion.
Are you serious?
Damn, really?
Yes, my family. I've heard of them. They used to have them. But
you make it sound like a damn.
Exactly.
That shit like it's a legend.
They don't have family reunions now, so I've never been to one. So that's just an example of kind of speaking of what you're talking about. Yeah,
that's crazy.
The thing of it is too, and we've been propagandized to see ourselves as individuals.
Yep.
And that's the first step of that atomization. And when I look at my kids' generation, like I see where the end goal is, like American. Like if I didn't do some of the things that I do with my son, I really do think he would just be a tan little white hipster kid running around here. Really.
Yeah. He'd be food for the market.
The
market. He'd be food. Yeah. Total.
And
yeah.
I really, in terms of millennials and whatnot, though, I think we put a lot on ourselves, but really at the end of the day, it's just the government plan coming to fruition.
Yeah.
I don't see it as an individual failing. In the collective,
we are literally products of our environment.
Exactly.
Like almost like and pun intended. We're basically like the product of the environment. We are not. Again, we haven't self-realized. that's where like BGS talks about failure to launch. A lot of millennials have that kind of that problem characterizes our generation, and I think that's because we're not actually self-realized as much as we want to be individuals. We are like the antithesis of an individual because we learned everything from the market. We were asked out, like you just said, your kid, without you doing for your boy, he'd be asked out to the market. We millennials were asked out to the market, like literally. Like we're at this big age that we're at now, we're just products of that. We weren't raised by no families or no traditions, really, for real. Not really what a tradition is. We was on some new shit, or we grew up in an environment on some new shit. So yeah, it gets deep.
And in addition to that, I think we also underestimate the power of that propaganda, and that we are not in a spot where other groups are. And what I mean by that is, what Black people really need is a collective uplift. And when you look around at society, you see these really niche and fragmented social movements going around for certain letter people and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And to kind of illustrate what I'm getting at, I'm talking to y'all now on a Samsung S23 Ultra. If I drop this phone, if I could time travel and drop this phone in somebody's hands in 2002, they could probably reverse engineer some shit and create something real similar to it in a couple of years. If I drop this shit in 1893, they don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's Black people with a lot of these social movements. Not to say that they aren't different things that affect certain people of lifestyles, but your real bang for your buck is in the collective. And I feel like we've lost that. And
yeah, facts. We learned that the hard way.
But that's what it means to be a human, though. That's the issue. A human being isn't an individual. A human being is a collective, just like every other thing in this world in its individual presentation is actually usually a collective. That means that the barcode and took over as value over this reality. Nothing that we're weighing and measuring and utilizing within that whatever declared state that it is, none of it is real, or none of it is as real as it's supposed to be. It's just it's really the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Rename this, rename that, and then you can, in some form or fashion, distort the properties and how people interact with it. Shit, people ain't no different. You know what I'm saying? We were not but a damn frequency, man, and I think AI is exposing that. I can do everything we can. Shit. Perhaps we ain't been doing enough to try to confuse it earlier on.
Yep, the image of your mind is just a facsimile of the universe. So beware.
I'll drink
but that also means we got the power, though. And this is why Dr. Amos Wilson is my most favorite teacher out of all teachers. He constantly and incessantly spoke of Black people redefining reality. And instead of attempting to see if you can participate in the one that's been created for you by other cultures. And it's like, all right, then, you know. But I don't. Go ahead, please.
If I can just jump in, this is what I was referring to earlier in the stream when I said that Black love is a piecemealing effort. It is taking what Dead Set just referred to is as a facsimile of one thing and another thing and piecing it together to make a whole. So when you're looking at Black love, it doesn't look like or resemble any other kind of love because of all of the pieces that it takes to make a whole. And even when you get that whole, it may not be beautiful to those on the outside looking in, but to us, it's ours.
Right.
That part. That's well put. It's ours and it's of us, and that should be enough. You know, that should be enough.
Yeah,
and we should be enough.
Sex is ugly and nasty, but damn, do we love it?
Best of it is.
Has Toya defined Black love on this broadcast yet? I might not heard.
I don't think she just did.
Yeah, she did.
Did she?
She just did.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Very well put too. Trademark.
Mm-hmm.
Thank y'all. I'll just repeat what I said earlier, which is just that Black love is really an amalgamation of our experiences, which is why, to you guys' point about what Pastor Life was saying, it seems like he was taking his experience to mean that that is his singular one and that it cannot be duplicated because everybody has their own interpretation. Well, I'm building on that by saying that regardless of what yours looks like and what mine looks like and what Robish's looks like, it's still this piecemealing effort that includes so many nuances, which is why I started with DMX's How's It Going Down. You're looking at a man who is proclaiming love for a woman who belongs to someone else, and he knows full well of that. And so when you look at our community and the fact that we're comfortable with having children out of wedlock and still trying to piecemeal a love together with another man, that is very much what Black love is.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Bars.
Look,
But the
that all
culture
point
is informing all of that, right?
it is.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's the cost that you have within a society that feeds off of coaches. That's the drawback. That's the genie lamp of it. That's the, you know what I'm saying? That's the genie curse.
Yeah, if we fed off our own culture,
yeah,
something that we created, that's the ugly thing that we were talking, that was talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, my light bulb is starting to get a little bit brighter. Because I mean, I just don't see ourselves. I mean, being an African American.
They got the waking up.
Yeah, because
somebody get to me easy. He a nice cube and Dre. We need to do something to disrupt.
Because here's the funny thing: being a Black American and knowing, where our sense of love comes from.
Right.
The thought of us creating something like that for ourselves just didn't even occur to me. Because it's, I know what the reality is. The reality is we are facsimiles of white people.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and if Nameless was here, he would say this is why he says we need to develop our own in-group and a syntax for it.
Right.
Because in more than just love and brotherhood and, with a lot of different vectors that, we could map that in a different way that we haven't had a chance to.
We got to reestablish meaning, period.
Right.
That's the very first thing. Meaning, how one weighs, not what something is worth. How does one construct the value that is the sustenance of something's worth? We're talking really what we mean unto ourselves. And showing that, okay, even subconsciously, you can see, the epigenetic link of the plantation model, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to be honest with it. I mean, if it can be as tragic and as traumatizing to the point to where you got people like DeSantis rocking the way that he rocked, just until, you know what I'm saying? It's like, look, if you're not honest with that trauma is always going to be there to haunt you and disrupt and even, subconsciously, minimally. Is what if it's something that you got, it's something that you have to conquer. You can't run away from it, nor can you just point fingers at people, say, okay, these are the boogie people who are responsible.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that, all right, that might come as a part of it, but that ain't the focus. The focus is an overall better view towards one's actual restoration, if you will. But
and I think,
people don't want to acknowledge that they've been injured. People don't want to acknowledge, that's the ill part.
And I think that's the root of why we've been so fucked and not been able to get this car back on the track. Obviously, because we've been being thwarted and we're literally at war, and like a cold war, basically for like 400 years with the dominant society. So that doesn't help. But it also doesn't help that we weren't honest, to your point, Rogish, about that plantation model, our actual code. That's the odd piece I get from being in this space. Like a lot of the things we uncover and go over are traumatic things and kind of shame. You're not necessarily proud that you were bred on plantations,
right.
But you can derive, from that truth, it gives, like in our space, it gives us a way, a path forward to build something else.
Yep.
From that. And we haven't been being honest collectively about that truth. People outside this space really, they don't know. They're ignorant, and they in a lot of cases been lied to or been misled, or we've omitted out of the, trying not to traumatize the next generation or whatever the excuse.
Right.
And that has led us astray. That's led us into this, literally now we're just in the wilderness at this point.
But think about the purpose though. The purpose is the thing is people are thinking safety, right?
Which is natural. It's natural.
Right. And okay, but is it really safety if these are the potential parameters? Like it's already very deadly. It's already, it's a savage world to begin with. And then let alone, okay, this is the type of society that a black child is birthed in, not understanding what black has meant and the history connected to black and white and all that, right? Okay, you would think that if it was so traumatic that the people would still find some way in which to, prep their children for it if they really truly love their children. But no, black people prep black children to be able to withstand this mug as if slavery never ended. And it's like, okay, if we're going to acknowledge that history, then can we acknowledge, some of the links from that history? Perhaps maybe they aren't all dissolved. And if that's the case, all right, we acknowledge it and then we work towards dissolving them. It's almost black people never want to acknowledge that they were slaves.
Yeah, that's
the
exactly
entirety of the time.
Yeah, and that's essentially what we've been passing down, like generation after generation. And we're to the point now where kids don't even they don't even know black history, like shorthand black history at this point. And that's rendering us psychotic, I think.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a framework other than like the American market and what the market shows you and tells you. And who knows what that'll be any quarter. It will change, or it's up in the air.
For real talk.
So you know what I'm saying? Like you're without that truth, it's tragic. It's definitely tragic that we didn't got to the point now. Like I know some I got nephews that's Generation Z, and they don't have a conscious bone in their body. They don't know nothing about black. And it's obviously my brother and it's their fault not being educated on it. But I think that's just that's a norm now. Like you said, every generation we're getting further into the denial of our history. Literally.
And if we deny that, then we deny ourselves. And
exactly.
And if you deny yourself, then it don't matter what your history was. It don't matter what your past was. It don't matter where you are in what society. If you are a human that denies yourself, then the result is going to be what it is for any person that does that.
It's
the fact that black people that made that a systemic operation for generations and shit.
And you see it. And now to the point where we can't define blackness.
Yeah.
Once you let that go for too long, once you, like you said, you don't accept yourself or know yourself, you can't define yourself.
To thine own self be true.
In my opinion, one of the issues with it, that what you guys are talking about, is opinion has been promoted as fact.
Tell me about it.
And what you're and in such circumstance, truth is reality shattering. And to roguish, to some of the things you say, like truth is what makes you unplug from the matrix.
Yeah.
So that's really what we as a black society are grappling with, because it's the comfortable lies, the fake state that tastes good but we know isn't real, versus the cold hard ugly truth that, hey, this is really what it is and where we came from and what we need to do to get to where we're trying to get to.
Yeah, I call that taking the condom off and going in raw.
Perfectly illustrated.
100% Zion style. Huh?
That's right.
No, yeah. That's that post-traumatic slave disorder is some shit, ain't it?
Yeah, it's a mug, man. It's a mug.
No fly, she wet. Go in.
I mean, no, real talk though. That's really how we're supposed to be handling it. Like everything that is of that organic savagery that we all have, right? We're not supposed to be flexing that on one another. We're supposed to be flexing that outside of ourselves and in more sophisticated measures, like everybody else is attempting to, with their savagery. It's just that I believe that, Black people suffer from chronic pilgrim receptor syndrome. And they're not attached to America. I don't know. A lot of Black people think they're attached to America. I think they're more attached to these pilgrims and have been grafted upon them in some form of, broken baby bird wing, restored back to health type of phenomenon. I think that's largely what Black people are suffering from. In that regard, we don't belong to ourselves. You belong to the pilgrim. You belong to the matrix. And the way that the matrix operates is belonging, worth, value, all that must be in your control if you are going to play the game of, participating within this market of a society.
It seems like we've forgotten that. Like when I think about the Panthers, I think about our history going back, like especially Black men's posture throughout our history in this country. Yeah. It seemed like they at a certain level had a clear understanding that they were out-group. That's what Blackness meant. Yeah. Being Black meant you ain't in the club. You ain't American necessarily. You ain't part of this, so don't get it fucked up that you are. And like what we saw in the 60s and 70s with the Panthers at their height and the Black love movements, we had accepted we're out group and we're gonna love our in group. Mm-hmm. And that's the posture I see, the spirit I see in how the Panthers moved. The Black men moved through the country in the photos, and obviously I didn't see it in person. The photo I see that they accepted we not white boys, and we're not gonna ever be white boys. We're not Americans. Let's put the black leather on and the beret and the sunglasses, and we're out group, and we're gonna be proud of being out. We're gonna feed our own. We're gonna start breakfast program for our own. We're gonna develop our own in group, and this is what it's gonna be. And that was a beautiful thing in building what Nameless says Black people need is an in group, and we completely we're at the point now where we are not even acknowledging that we're out group and wanting everybody's identity politicking to try to get to shoehorn their way into the in group. And white folks or dominant society generally play into that and pretend that you can do something to get into the American in group. And you're just on the hamster wheel perpetually and you're going insane simultaneously.
We do have an example of an in group because, I read that paper, Final Call. Mm-hmm. And the Nation of Islam they've maintained that identity. Yeah. Of course, the problem is the problem that anybody has with any type of organization that requires discipline. It requires discipline. So, a lot of brothers are going to take a look at that and they're like, I don't know about that, man. Them niggas don't be eating bacon.
At least publicly they don't.
Yeah, right. I mean, but when it comes to religion or anything like that, it requires discipline if you're really going to follow it. And the thing, what I do know about the nation, especially out here in Baltimore, is those brothers look in on each other. They cover each other.
They function like an in-group.
Yeah, right. So I mean, it's like you walking around with a chaperone. Mm-hmm. So I mean, they ain't in their lives like that.
But why do you think that hasn't scaled to become the in group that at least a significant majority of Black folks have associated themselves with? Is it because of the Islamic? Is it just too diametrically opposed to the Christian background we have?
Islam has been villainized by our white masters for a very long time.
Forever, right.
Even though who was Morocco was the first treaty. Like, come on, dude.
Exactly. Yeah. They was telling us on the plantation they couldn't stand Islam.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't do business with Islam.
It is diametrically opposed to what Christianity substantiates in slavery. So
Yep.
it doesn't go along with the marketing.
Right.
And that's the other part, because even with Christianity substantiating it, when we look at how Christianity defines it, it's not such a bad thing given the time that in which slavery existed, because number one, it only lasted 7 years.
Basically
And
indentured servitude, basically.
Yeah, it was basically what it was indentured servitude, but it was also a way of organizing wayward men without killing them.
Oh, well put. Well put.
Yeah, I never thought about it that way. Yeah.
Because idle hands.
Yeah, idle hands.
Yeah.
I feel like that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about the whole power dynamic thing and taking certain options off the table. And I feel like Christianity, as presented and practiced by a lot of Black folks, is largely wrongfully contextualized in a pacifying way that Islam is not. And I think that there's a cognitive dissonance with that. And I think that's at the root of it.
The Nation of Islam is on the nose about a lot of that shit. Because I mean, once I picked up that paper 2 weeks ago, and the brother gave me a bean pie and a soda pop. I was happy about that shit.
It's all right.
Love bean pies.
I had a bean pie a long time, man.
And he was talking to me about what was going on. He gave me the paper, and of course I read the damn thing, and I loved it. Number one, I love the fact that those brothers and those sisters are the ones writing. Okay, yay for Black folks.
Right.
The other thing is, I mean, it's like take health at every size. They ain't talking about that shit. And it's like, no, nigga, you too fat. Get your ass slim. I mean, their papers are on the nose with the relationships, with what's going on in the news, what the killings are in the community, where the next meeting is going to be, and as well as a very solid position on reparations. So they talk about all of it, and I'm sitting back like, you know what? This shit is hot. I like this. This harkens back to, Ebony and Jet being on everybody's, coffee table back in the 1970s and 80s.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Right next to the spray bottle of house blessing.
With that goddamn plastic on your damn furniture.
The van, man. Nah, they called them the vans back then.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jet, my homegirl was Jet Beauty of the Week. One of the last Jet Beauties of the week before the thing got suspended.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was a Delta and I was a Delta Gent.
True.
Okay.
Did you get it?
Nah.
You fumbled.
Big Tigger got him, man.
I mean, you messing with the Jet Beauty of the Week, man. You win something.
Yeah.
Dragon rights.
Page 43.
And you know what I loved about the Jet Beauty of the Week? Because the girls be out there and they be in their bathing suits looking hot.
Yeah.
That was something that was honored. Women did not get shamed for that shit. It was just like, oh yeah, you kept it tight. You look beautiful. You doing this, and then they talked about what she was doing with her life.
Yeah.
That chick, she was like marriage material.
Yeah.
That was a fine thing.
And they always had good taste. Lord have mercy. I can't remember no Bonk Jet Beauty of the Weeks, man. I can't remember.
I ain't seen not narrow one tattoo on any of those women.
Nope.
Facts.
Yeah, my millennials had double XL eye candy. Wasn't no white quality at all in that
magazines.
Can I get a millennial pass for the tattoos, please?
I think yours are in the right places. So
yeah,
you good, Toya.
Yeah, small tattoo hidden. That's fine. I mean, even if it's showing, as long as it's not too much. But this shit, where they got this, like, the Sha'Carri Richardson shit, I'm like, I ain't feeling none of that.
Shit, she on TV right now.
This chest tat era is women with chest tats.
That
Just doesn't
shit
even
right
sound
there.
right.
That was weird. First person I saw it with that was Eve, and I was like, "Yo, she got a titty tattoo." What the fuck?
Bro, they don't even. At least Eve had them on both of your digs, but now they got them like in the center of their chest, not even on their breasts. They be having like it's just weird as hell. It's just
Like they done done the bid.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Jailhouse ass tattoo.
They're
Yeah.
going from tramp stamp to host stamp.
Literally on the front too. Ain't hidden
Mhm.
nothing on her chest. I'm damn shorty. Okay.
I'm about to be lewd for a second. The first chick I dated after I divorced, she had like I think she said it was like the rings of samsara or some shit like that. Basically, it looked like a bullseye. It was just rings right in between her chest.
What the hell?
Yeah.
I'm like, yo,
Center mass. She was asking. Man, that was a freaky bitch.
How polite of
the
her.
way to shoot, baby.
It's like, right here in my heart. This is where I want you to shoot. Right here. And it was like, it's gonna be liquid. And then I'm leaving.
Pearl necklace is still a thing. All right.
But Toya, refocus us because we didn't veered off into whatever.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I want to say
locker room banter.
thank you for keeping that going while I had to go run that errand. And
Oh,
shout out to
absolutely.
everybody in the chat who was confused about seeing me twice. But yeah, I'll bring it back to focus just by saying that I think, like I said earlier, I think we missed the beck and call that was How's It Going Down by DMX. And if you all can have a second to look back at the video, go ahead and do that once I end the stream and see if you come away with it looking at it differently than you did when you first listened to it, because I certainly have. I'm certainly looking at it through different lenses today than I was 25 years ago. And Black love is still something worth to fight for. And I really wanted to have the conversation to that end. So I'm glad that you all came and joined, even past the life. Even though you had
No,
dissenting
absolutely, yeah.
opinions, I really appreciated how you talked about that compassionate, because you gave him some pushback that offered some clarity, I think, for the audience as well. I think that what he has in a marriage is unique, but again, it goes back to the rarity and the uniqueness of the breadth, BREADTH, of Black love, which is wide and expansive because of how many different experiences we've all had uniquely with being othered in this country. So, I'm appreciative that we can even have this conversation. I would have loved if BGS could have joined us. Maybe we'll have it together one other time. And I hope you all can come back for that. I'd love for everybody up here to make a closing statement, and then I will close this live stream out.
Okay.
I'll be the first. Thank you for the hospitality. Appreciate the sharpening.
Absolutely.
As far as it goes for Black love, I don't know. You said it's still worth fighting for. I wonder what people wish to see it defined as, or do they just want to see it competing with what everybody else perceived relationship happiness is in comparison? How some people be like, oh well, this demographic of this person does this at this rate. And it's like, well, wait a minute. I don't think that we can just admit ourselves within the ranks of an objectivity like everybody else. I think we're a lot more particular and a lot more exclusive, and we need, unfortunately, we got to get capitalistically with our analysis. All right, well, that was saying, holla at y'all and flip, peace.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go. Black love, is it worth fighting for? I seriously don't think it exists anymore, because it never really existed in the first place. outside of our being an out group, which I don't think was there was enough there to really define what it was, since, as I stated before, it is just a refracted version of what white love is. So whether it's worth fighting for, I have my doubts. So for me, I'm one of those people who are like, get what you can get.
Yeah, I could dig that. I'll go. Black love is complicated. Toya, appreciate you having us up. Great panel. Great broadcast. I just say, I guess black love, and theoretically, is a thing worth fighting for. It's to Dead Set's point, you can make the argument it's like a hallmark white version or black version of white love. But to your point, Toya, and to I think the song's theme, it's a complexity to our love. I don't want black love to mean like toxicity or like loving somebody while I'm in another relationship. Hopefully we can graft and start to develop a different context or ethos of black love. If black people love each other, that's black love, and however that looks going forward, I just hope I hope it's worthwhile. So that's what I'll say. Thank you again.
So I definitely think black love is worth fighting for, and I think there's kind of two contexts to it that the harder discussion touched on today. In the communal sense, black love is that empathy, that space that we give one another to acknowledge that we as a people have been through a lot of bullshit in this country, for lack of a better term. It's that having that moment to actually understand what your brother and sister is going through, allowing them to be them and supporting them as they need that support on a collective sense. And then in the interpersonal eros romantic sense, I don't fully buy into that we're just facsimiles of white folks and whatnot. I believe that our relationships have always been defined a particular way due to our social existence in this country. And, you know, whatever your dynamic is that you come to, as long as it works for you, as long as it gives you what you and your wife or husband, if you're a lady listening, needs in relationship, then hey, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Thank you, Better You. I appreciate that. And thank you, Compassionate and Callous, for holding me down while I had to go make that run.
No doubt.
And the kind words that you spoke, each of the kind words that you all spoke of me, I really appreciate. They don't fall on deaf ears. And like I said at the beginning of this stream, I am endeavoring to be more consistent with giving you guys more content. And this
You
is just,
definitely do.
yeah, this is
We
an
need your
iteration of
content.
that. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I want to keep doing it, and I know that it's a muscle that you have to continuously strengthen. So I'm really favored by having you guys come up consistently and support me. I really appreciate that. Um, I hope to have this conversation again, like I said, with BGS. This is shout out to Mrs. KP Bailey who suggested it on his live stream yesterday. And as I've said before, every time I end a stream, this is how I love to end the stream, by telling you peace, ease, and whatever you please. And I mean that. But go ahead and take a look at that video one more time just to see if you come away with it with something different 25 years later. Because he's no longer with us. So rest in peace to DMX. I still appreciate his influence and what he has given the culture. Um, and I'm glad that you could be here today. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. peace.